Hello everyone. Welcome to Midnight Story Channel. I'm here to help you today. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, and I'm honored to be part of your journey. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Take a deep breath, get comfortable, and allow yourself to relax. Your story is about to begin. Story 1. The harsh fluorescent lights above buzzed with an eerie, indifferent hum, casting a stark, anemic glow across the empty expanse of the gas station. I never, ever thought a minimum wage job could violently twist into a desperate fight for survival. But as I stared, utterly paralyzed, into the cold, determined eyes of the man holding a gleaming knife to my throat, I realized with a gut-wrenching jolt how quickly an ordinary, monotonous night could spiral into unadulterated terror. I, Chloe Jensen, had been working the graveyard shift at the Midnight Oasis for about 3 months now. It certainly wasn't glamorous work, mostly restocking shelves, mopping sticky floors, and ringing up the occasional insomniac trucker passing through our small, desolate Nevada town. But it paid the bills, a meager lifeline, while I desperately tried to figure out what to do with my life after the crushing disappointment of dropping out of college. That night started like any other, a familiar, predictable rhythm. I clocked in precisely at 11 p.m., exchanging a terse, tired nod of goodbye with Ben, the evening shift guy, as he practically sprinted out the door, eager for freedom. I settled in behind the counter, pulled out my worn textbook. I was stubbornly trying to teach myself coding, and braced myself for another long, quiet, utterly uneventful night. The first few hours dissolved into a blur of lukewarm coffee and frustrating JavaScript tutorials. Around 2 a.m., a restless urge to stretch my cramped legs spurred me to do a quick inventory check, more out of sheer boredom than any real necessity. As I was meticulously counting the rows of energy drinks in the cooler, the faint chime above the door cut through the silence. I poked my head out from behind the towering shelves, my practiced customer service smile already plastered on my face, a brittle mask. Welcome to the Midnight Oasis. Let me know if you need any help. The man who had walked in didn't respond. He was tall, probably in his late 30s, with a scraggly, unkempt beard and clothes that had clearly seen far, far better days. But it was his eyes that instantly snared my attention, chilling me to the bone. They were wild, darting frantically around the small store like a cornered animal, a desperate, predatory gleam within them. A cold dread, thin but insidious, snaked down my spine, but I desperately tried to push it aside. You can't judge a book by its cover, right? I forced myself to walk back to the counter, keeping a vigilant eye on him as he aimlessly wandered the aisles. Anything I can help you find? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, betraying no hint of the rising unease. He turned slowly to look at me, and in that horrifying moment, as his eyes locked onto mine with an unnerving, laser-like intensity that made my blood run absolutely cold, I knew I was in deep, profound trouble. Yeah, he said, his voice low, a gravelly rasp that scraped against my raw nerves. You can help me by emptying that register. My heart instantly started pounding so violently, so loudly, I was sure he could hear its frantic, desperate rhythm. I glanced instinctively at the panic button hidden under the counter, a desperate, futile hope, wondering if I could possibly reach it without him noticing. As if reading my very thoughts, he slowly, deliberately, pulled out a knife, its cruel blade glinting menacingly under the harsh fluorescent lights. "Don't even think about it," he growled, his voice a low, guttural warning. "Just give me the money, and nobody gets hurt." My hands were shaking uncontrollably as I opened the cash register, the drawer sliding open with a soft, mechanical whir. "Look, man, there's not much here," I pleaded, my voice thin, almost a whisper. "We don't keep a lot of cash on hand, especially overnight." His face twisted with raw, unadulterated rage. "Don't lie to me," he shouted, slamming his fist on the counter with a sickening thud, making the entire display rattle. "I know you've got more. Where is it?" "I'm not lying," I insisted, my voice barely audible above the ringing in my ears. "This is all we have. Please. Just take it and go." For a terrifying moment, suspended in agonizing silence, I thought he might actually leave. But then his eyes narrowed, a predatory glint within them, and he vaulted over the counter with shocking, brutal agility. Before I could even react, before my mind could process the sudden, violent movement, he had me pinned against the cold, grimy wall, the gleaming knife pressed, a terrifying weight, against my throat. "Listen, you little," he hissed, his breath hot and fetid on my face. "I'm not playing games here. You're going to show me where the real money is, or things are going to get real ugly. Real fast." My mind raced, a chaotic whirlwind of desperate, impossible thoughts, trying to find any way out of this living nightmare. I could feel the cold, unforgiving steel of the blade against my skin, knew with a chilling certainty that one wrong move, one desperate twitch, could end with my blood spilled across the grimy linoleum floor. Okay, I stammered, desperately trying to keep my voice from shaking, from betraying the sheer terror that consumed me. "There's a safe in the back office. I'll show you." He grabbed my arm, twisting it painfully behind my back, and shoved me roughly towards the small, cramped office. As we walked, my mind frantically tried to devise a plan, any plan. The safe was real, but I didn't know the combination. Mr. Henderson, the owner, was the only one who could open it. What would this madman do when he found out I couldn't open it? We reached the office, and I fumbled deliberately with the keys, desperately buying myself precious seconds. "It's in here," I said, pointing to the nondescript safe in the corner. "But I don't know the combination. Only the owner can open it." His grip on my arm tightened painfully, his knuckles white. "You expect me to believe that? Open it now." "I can't," I insisted, my voice cracking with desperation. "I swear, I don't know the combination. Look, I'll call the owner. He can come open it for you." It was a desperate gamble, a long shot. I didn't truly believe Mr. Henderson, notoriously cheap and risk-averse, would actually come himself, risking his life for the paltry few $100s inside the safe. But maybe, just maybe, he'd call the police instead. The man considered for a long, tense moment, then, to my profound surprise, he nodded slowly. "Fine. Call him. But no tricks. Or you'll regret it." With shaking, almost useless hands, I dialed Mr. Henderson's number. It rang once. Twice. 3 times. "Come on, Mr. Henderson, pick up." On the 5th agonizing ring, a groggy, irritated voice answered. "This better be good, Chloe." "Mr. Henderson," I said, trying desperately to keep my voice calm, professional, to make it sound like a routine call. It's Chloe, from the night shift. We've got a situation here. A customer needs you to come open the safe. There was a long, pregnant pause on the other end. I prayed, with every fiber of my being, that Mr. Henderson would pick up on the code we'd established for emergencies. Customer needs the safe opened. Man, call the police immediately. I see, Mr. Henderson said slowly, his voice still thick with sleep, but with a subtle, dawning awareness. Tell the customer I'll be there in 20 minutes. The line went dead, and I slowly turned back to the man with the knife. He's on his way, I said, my voice thin and reedy. Should be here in about 20 minutes. The man growled in frustration, a low, guttural sound. We don't have 20 minutes. You're lying to me, aren't you? There is no owner coming. You're stalling. He lunged at me, grabbing my hair, his fingers digging painfully into my scalp, and violently yanking my head back. The knife was at my throat again, pressing harder this time. I could feel a warm, insidious trickle of blood where the blade bit into my skin, a searing, visceral pain. Please. I gasped, a choked, desperate plea. I'm telling the truth. He's coming. Just give him time. The next 15 minutes were the longest, most torturous of my entire life. The man paced the small office like a caged animal, a trapped, dangerous beast, alternating between muttering incoherently to himself and hurling terrifying, venomous threats at me. I sat huddled in the corner, trying to make myself as small, as invisible, as possible, praying with every fiber of my being that help would arrive before he finally, utterly lost what little control he had left. Just when I thought I couldn't possibly endure the suffocating tension anymore, we heard it, the distant, rising wail of police sirens, a symphony of improbable salvation. The man's head snapped up, his eyes wide with a sudden, dawning panic. You! He snarled, lunging at me again, his face a contorted mask of rage and betrayal. You called the cops. I scrambled backwards, a desperate, frantic blur, but there was nowhere left to go in the tiny, claustrophobic office. He grabbed me, spinning me violently around and wrapping his arm tightly around my neck in a crushing chokehold. The knife pressed relentlessly against my cheek, and I could feel the sharp sting as it cut deeper into my skin. You're my ticket out of here. He growled, his hot breath foul in my ear. Try anything, and I'll cut you open right here. He dragged me roughly out of the office, using me as a human shield, as we made our terrifying way back to the front of the store. Through the vast, gleaming windows, I could see police cars swarming into the parking lot, their flashing lights painting the gas station in surreal, pulsating flashes of crimson and cerulean. Let her go. A voice boomed, amplified by a megaphone, resonating through the thick plate glass. We have the building surrounded. Come out with your hands up. The man's grip tightened, the knife pressing harder, a chilling, final threat, against my face. Not a chance. He shouted back, his voice hoarse with desperation. I'm walking out of here, or the girl dies. My heart was pounding so violently, so loudly, I thought it might literally burst out of my chest. This was it. This was how I was going to die, in a dingy gas station, in the middle of nowhere, all because I took a stupid, desperate night shift job to pay the bills. But then, something profound inside me snapped. A primal surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins, hot and defiant, and in that precise moment, I decided with a cold, clear resolve that I wasn't going to be a victim. I wasn't going to die here. With all the desperate strength I could muster, I slammed my elbow back into the man's solar plexus. He let out a choked gasp, a loud, desperate whoosh of air, his grip loosening just enough for me to wrench free. I spun around, my body a blur of motion, bringing my knee up hard and fast between his legs. He doubled over, a guttural groan escaping his lips, the knife clattering loudly to the ground. I viciously kicked it away, sending it skittering across the floor, and ran, my legs carrying me towards the door faster than I'd ever moved in my entire life. I burst out of the gas station, my hands raised instinctively, screaming desperately, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" The police swarmed around me, pulling me, dragging me, to safety as more officers rushed in to subdue the man, their movements swift and decisive. The next few hours passed in a disorienting blur of paramedics, police statements, and frantic, tearful phone calls to my distraught parents. By the time the sun, a fiery orb, finally rose, painting the desolate desert sky in breathtaking shades of pink and gold, it was all mercifully over. As I sat shivering in the back of an ambulance, a thin, shock blanket draped awkwardly over my shoulders, I watched them lead the man away in handcuffs. Our eyes met for a brief, unsettling moment, and I saw something there I hadn't noticed before, not just desperation, but also a profound, aching sadness. In that chilling moment, I realized with a new, somber clarity that the line between ordinary, mundane life and extraordinary, gut-wrenching terror is far, far thinner than we'd ever care to believe. One single decision, one desperate moment of profound vulnerability, can irrevocably change everything. I quit my job at the gas station that very day. But the experience, a brutal crucible, changed me in ways I'm still slowly, painfully discovering. I went back to school, furiously switched my major to criminal justice. Now, I'm relentlessly working towards becoming a crisis counselor, clinging to the desperate hope of helping people before they reach that terrifying point of utter desperation. Because now I know the chilling truth, the real monsters aren't always the ones hiding in the deep, oppressive shadows. They're the ones walking among us, driven to the precipice by circumstances we may never fully understand, by torments we may never truly comprehend. And sometimes, terrifyingly, the only thing standing between fragile order and utter chaos is one single person's desperate choice to be brave in the face of overwhelming terror. So the next time you stop at a gas station in the middle of the night, spare a thought for the person behind the counter. You never truly know what unseen battles they might be fighting, what profound courage they might be called upon to show. Because in this world, heroes don't always wear capes. Sometimes, they wear name tags and bravely work the graveyard shift. Story 2. The vibrant sound of shattering glass, a sudden, violent symphony, pierced the humid night air. In that gut-wrenching moment, I knew with a chilling certainty that our carefree road trip, a symphony of laughter and wide-open roads, had taken a sudden, sinister turn. What had begun as a mere, overheard conversation in a dingy, forgotten diner, twisted with brutal speed into a desperate, primal fight for survival, forcing four terrified friends to run for their very lives through the unforgiving, shadowed backwoods of America. It was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. I, Noah Hayes, my best friend, Sam Miller, and our girlfriends, Chloe Davis and Maya Singh, had meticulously planned this cross-country odyssey for months. We were all in our early 20s, brimming with the fresh exhilaration of college graduation, eager to devour the world before reluctantly settling into the monotony of adult life. The plan was gloriously simple: drive from New York to California, stopping at every quirky roadside attraction and every greasy, hole-in-the-wall diner along the way, soaking in the vast, eclectic soul of America. We were about a week into our journey when the nightmare began. We'd been driving for endless, mind-numbing hours through what felt like an infinite expanse of whispering cornfields in the heart of the Midwest. It was late, the sun long gone, and we were all utterly exhausted, our stomachs growling with ferocious hunger, when we spotted it, a small, solitary diner, a lonely outpost just off the deserted highway. Its neon sign flickered weakly, intermittently, a dying pulse against the overwhelming darkness, promising Ma's home-style grub, and the best pie in the state. The place was nearly empty when we cautiously walked in, the silence unnerving after hours in the car, just a couple of truckers hunched over their coffees at the counter and an old man, a solitary figure, nursing a lukewarm cup in a far, shadowy corner booth. We slid into a booth near the back, the worn vinyl seat groaning aloud, protesting squeak under our combined weight. A tired-looking waitress, her face a mask of weary indifference, took our orders, and we settled in, profoundly grateful for the chance to stretch our cramped legs. I was halfway through my greasy burger, lost in the comforting simplicity of the mundane, when I noticed them. Two men had entered the diner, their presence immediately chilling, and silently claimed stools at the counter, their backs to us. There was something profoundly off about them, an unsettling intensity in their eyes, even from that distance, that set my teeth on edge. I desperately tried to shake it off, to convince myself I was merely being paranoid, an overactive imagination, but I couldn't help but keep glancing furtively their way, a magnetic pull of unease. That's when I heard it. The men were talking in low, guttural voices, their words barely audible. But in the hushed quiet of the nearly empty diner, every syllable seemed to carry, to resonate with an unnerving clarity. "Won't find the bodies for weeks," one of them drawled, his voice a chilling, confident smirk. We made sure of that. I froze, my fork hovering halfway to my mouth, a piece of half-eaten burger suspended in midair. I caught Sam's eye across the table, and in that instant, a cold dread, a shared, silent understanding, passed between us. He had heard it too. Chloe and Maya, thankfully, were deeply engrossed in a light-hearted conversation, utterly oblivious to the chilling, unspeakable words that had just floated, like venomous smoke, our way. "We need to be careful," the other man replied, his voice a low, urgent warning. "If anyone saw us, we're done for." My heart was pounding so violently, so loudly, I was absolutely convinced everyone in the diner, even the oblivious waitress, could hear its frantic, desperate rhythm. I tried, with every fiber of my being, to act normal, to continue eating as if I hadn't just, with horrifying clarity, overheard what unmistakably sounded like two men discussing brutal murder. But my hands were trembling uncontrollably, and I could feel a cold, clammy sweat breaking out on my forehead, a visceral manifestation of my terror. Sam leaned across the table, his voice barely above a whisper, a desperate, urgent plea. "We need to get out of here. Now." I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady, to project a calm I didn't feel, as I addressed the girls. "Hey, I'm not feeling great. Think we could hit the road?" Chloe looked at me, genuine concern etched on her face. "Are you okay, Noah? You look pale." "Yeah," I mumbled, forcing a strained, pathetic smile. "Just something's not sitting right. Probably just road fatigue. Let's go." We quickly paid our bill, the money feeling like molten lead in my shaking hand, and headed for the door, desperately trying not to look rushed, trying not to betray our burgeoning panic. As we passed the two men at the counter, I could feel their eyes on us, a heavy, predatory weight that made my skin crawl. It took every ounce of my remaining willpower not to break into a full sprint, to flee. We made it to the car, and Sam, a blur of panicked motion, peeled out of the parking lot, gravel spraying wildly behind us like shotgun pellets. Only when the Moz Homestyle Grub sign, its sickly neon glow receding rapidly into the night, had completely vanished from view did I finally allow myself to release the breath I'd been holding, a desperate, ragged gasp. Okay, what the hell was that about? Maya demanded from the back seat, her voice sharp with confusion and dawning fear. Sam and I exchanged quick, terrified glances, and then, with a trembling voice, I painstakingly filled the girls in on every horrifying word we'd overheard. As I spoke, I watched their faces contort, transforming from initial skepticism into wide-eyed, profound horror. "Oh my God," Chloe whispered, her voice barely audible. "Should we call the police?" I was about to vehemently agree, to reach for my phone, when Sam's sharp, sudden intake of breath caught my attention, yanking me back to the horrifying present. "Guys," he said, his voice tight, strained with an undeniable terror. "We've got company." I spun to look out the rear window, and my blood ran absolutely cold. A massive, nondescript pickup truck was bearing down on us, its harsh headlights flooding our small car with an unforgiving, blinding glare. Even from that distance, through the oppressive darkness, I could clearly make out the two ominous figures in the cab. "It's them," I said, my voice barely above a terrified whisper. "They must have realized we overheard them." Sam slammed his foot down on the accelerator, the old car groaning in desperate protest as he pushed it to its absolute limits, screaming down the deserted highway. But the truck behind us, a monstrous predator, was relentlessly gaining, its engine, a deep, guttural roar, far more powerful than our beat-up sedan's desperate whine. "There's a turn-off coming up," Maya shouted, her voice shaking uncontrollably as she frantically consulted the crumpled map in her lap. "It leads into the woods. Maybe we can lose them." Sam didn't hesitate, not for a single precious second. He yanked the wheel hard, a violent, desperate motion, and we swerved abruptly onto the narrow, rutted dirt road. Ancient trees loomed menacingly on either side, their branches whipping aggressively against the car, scraping and tearing at the paint, as we hurtled blindly down the dark, twisting path. For a fleeting moment, a desperate, irrational hope, I thought we'd lost them. But then I heard it, the distinct, guttural roar of an engine, the telltale crunch of tires on unpaved ground. They were still behind us. "Hold on," Sam yelled, his voice raw with strain, swerving violently to avoid a massive, fallen log that lay like a skeletal remains across the path. The car fishtailed wildly, violently, for a heart-stopping moment, threatening to flip, to send us tumbling into the surrounding darkness. But Sam, with a desperate surge of skill, managed to regain control, though we'd lost precious, vital speed in the chaotic process. The truck was right behind us now, its headlights blinding, its menacing presence overwhelming. I could clearly see the men's faces in the rear-view mirror, twisted with a grotesque mask of unadulterated rage. One of them, a chilling silhouette, leaned out the passenger window, something glinting ominously in his hand, a metallic flicker in the darkness. "Get down," I screamed, my voice raw, desperate. Just as the first shot rang out, a deafening crack that echoed through the confined space of the car. Glass shattered violently as the bullet ripped through our rear window, exploding inwards. Chloe screamed, a raw, terrified sound, and I felt a stinging, fiery pain as razor-sharp shards of glass rained down on us. Sam was weaving erratically back and forth, desperately trying to present a harder target, but on the narrow, unforgiving road, there simply wasn't much room to maneuver. Another shot rang out, a sickening thwack, this one puncturing our rear tire with a violent hiss. The car lurched violently, erratically, and Sam fought desperately to keep it on the road, to maintain some semblance of control. "We can't outrun them," he yelled, his voice hoarse, almost swallowed by the frantic noise of the flapping, shredded tire. "We need to ditch the car and run." It was a desperate plan, a last-ditch, impossible gamble, but it was all we had left. Up ahead, through the oppressive darkness, I could dimly make out a thicket of trees, dense enough, I prayed, that the monstrous truck wouldn't be able to follow. "There." I pointed frantically, a desperate, silent prayer. "We can lose them in there." Sam nodded grimly, his face etched with grim determination, and aimed the car, a battered, groaning missile, directly for the thicket. "When I say go," he yelled over the cacophony, his voice strained, "everyone out. Run as fast as you can, and don't look back." We were almost there. I could hear the men shouting behind us, their voices coarse with rage, the truck's engine roaring, a hungry beast, as they tried to close the last agonizing bit of distance. "Now!" Sam screamed, and we burst out of the car, a frantic blur of desperate motion, adrenaline pushing us faster, harder, than I thought humanly possible. I could hear the sickening crash as our car plowed violently into the trees, a symphony of twisted metal and splintering wood. Then, the screech of brakes as the truck skidded to a violent, abrupt stop, its engine sputtering. We ran blindly through the dense, unforgiving woods, branches whipping violently at our faces, leaving stinging trails, treacherous roots rising from the earth, threatening to trip us at every desperate step. I could hear shouting behind us, their enraged voices echoing through the trees, but it was getting fainter, thankfully, getting fainter. We were putting vital distance between us and our relentless pursuers. After what felt like an eternity, a lifetime of desperate flight, but was probably only a matter of minutes, we stumbled into a small, overgrown clearing, gasping for breath, our lungs screaming for air. We all collapsed, trembling, heaving, our bodies aching, battered. I think we lost them," Maya panted, her voice thin, fragile with relief, but even as the words left her lips, we heard it, voices. Faint, but undeniably human, and steadily getting closer. And worse. Dogs. They'd brought dogs. "We need to keep moving," I said, forcing myself to my feet, every muscle screaming in protest, despite the profound exhaustion that weighed us down. We set off again, slower this time, moving with an agonizing caution, trying to be quieter, to be utterly silent, a desperate attempt to evade detection. The woods seemed to stretch on forever, an endless, green labyrinth, each tree indistinguishable from the last. We were hopelessly, utterly lost, but being lost, chillingly, was infinitely better than being found by those men. As dawn, a fragile, hopeful light, began to break, painting the sky in ethereal shades of pink and gold, we finally heard something that wasn't the relentless baying of dogs or the enraged shouts of our pursuers. Traffic. A highway. We stumbled, exhausted and battered, out of the dense woods onto the shoulder of a busy interstate, a symphony of roaring engines and rushing wind. Cars whizzed by, their drivers blissfully oblivious to the living nightmare we had just clawed our way through. Sam, with a desperate surge of strength, managed to flag down a state trooper, his patrol car a beacon of salvation. And soon, mercifully, we were sitting in the back of his cruiser, thin, scratchy blankets draped over our trembling shoulders, desperately trying to explain our wild, unbelievable tale to his skeptical, yet patient, face. To his credit, the trooper, despite the fantastical nature of our story, took us seriously. He immediately called for backup, and soon, the ancient woods were swarming with police, a chaotic, blue-clad search party, meticulously searching for any sign of the men who had so relentlessly chased us. They found our car, a crumpled, mangled wreck, smashed against the trees, and the truck, abandoned nearby, its engine cold and lifeless. But of the two men, there was no sign. They had vanished into the woods like malevolent ghosts, swallowed by the wilderness. In the harrowing days that followed, as we gave endless statements and desperately tried to process the incomprehensible horror that had just transpired, the full, crushing weight of it all began to sink in. We had stumbled upon something dark, something unspeakably evil, something deadly. And only by sheer, improbable luck, by the grace of some unseen force, had we escaped with our very lives. Our carefree road trip, once a vibrant dream, was over. We flew back home too profoundly shaken, too utterly traumatized, to continue the journey. But the experience, a brutal crucible, changed us, irrevocably. It bonded us in a way that transcended normal friendship, forging a bond of steel. We had faced death together, hand in hand, and somehow, miraculously, clawed our way out the other side, not unscathed, no, but undeniably alive, and profoundly, fiercely stronger for it. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the phantom crack of gunshots, still feel the sharp, stinging whip of branches against my face as we ran for our lives, a desperate, primal flight. I know the others do too, for their eyes hold the same unspoken trauma. We don't talk about it much, the unspeakable, but it's always there, an invisible scar, in the way we hug each other a little tighter now when we meet, a desperate clasp of reassurance. In the silent, profound understanding looks we share when someone, carelessly, mentions taking a road trip. Because now we know the chilling truth, that evil can lurk in the most unexpected, the most innocuous places. That a simple, innocent stop at a roadside diner can violently twist into a desperate fight for survival, a brutal dance with death. And we know, with a fierce, unwavering certainty, that when faced with that raw, unadulterated evil, you have two choices: run, or stand and fight. That night in the woods, we chose to run. But the experience, brutal and transformative, taught us that we're far, far stronger than we ever knew, capable of facing terrors we never, ever imagined. So if you're ever on a long, lonely drive, and you see a dingy, forgotten little diner on the side of the road, think twice before you stop. Because you never truly know what chilling conversations you might inadvertently overhear, what dark, unspeakable secrets might be violently revealed. And sometimes, just sometimes, it's far, far better to stay hungry than to risk becoming someone else's terrifying secret. Story 3. The quaint cottage door, a welcoming symbol of a fresh start, creaked open, revealing not a cozy haven, but a living nightmare I never could have possibly imagined. In that horrifying moment, As the realization slammed into me, I knew with a gut-wrenching certainty that the charming small town and the seemingly friendly landlord were nothing but meticulously crafted facades, concealing a darkness so profound, so utterly vile, that it would forever scar my life. I, Clara Easton, had moved to Havenwood, a picturesque little town nestled in rural Vermont, desperately seeking a fresh start after the emotional devastation of my divorce. The place seemed utterly perfect, picturesque streets lined with ancient maple trees, their leaves a vibrant tapestry in autumn. Genuinely friendly faces at every turn, offering warm smiles and polite greetings. And the profound sense of close-knit community I'd been so desperately missing in the cold, indifferent sprawl of the big city. When I stumbled upon a cozy little cottage for rent at a surprisingly affordable price, I truly believed I had hit the jackpot, that fate had finally, mercifully, smiled upon me. Mr. Abernathy, my landlord, was the very epitome of small-town charm, a man in his late 60s with a kindly, grandfatherly demeanor, his eyes twinkling with warmth. He welcomed me to the neighborhood with a homemade apple pie, its sweet aroma filling the air, and an abundance of offers to help with any repairs or odd jobs around the house. I felt incredibly lucky, profoundly blessed, to have found such a genuinely kind landlord, especially as a newcomer in town. The first few weeks were idyllic, a perfect, peaceful dream. I settled comfortably into my new job at the local library, found solace among the dusty shelves and whispering pages, made a few tentative friends, and slowly, cautiously, began to feel like Havenwood could genuinely become my forever home. Mr. Abernathy would often stop by, a seemingly casual visit, checking if I needed anything, or simply to chat, his voice a comforting presence. His attention, at times, felt a little much, a touch overwhelming, but I easily chalked it up to the ubiquitous friendliness of small-town life, a charming quirk. It was about a month into my stay when an insidious, creeping unease began to settle over me. I'd come home to find things subtly, inexplicably out of place, a book on a different shelf than I remembered, a favorite mug in the wrong cabinet. At first, I dismissed it as my own forgetfulness, a byproduct of unpacking, but then I started to feel a chilling, undeniable sensation of being watched. I'd be engrossed in a book in the living room, feeling the gentle warmth of the afternoon sun, and suddenly get a prickling, cold sensation on the back of my neck, as if someone's unseen eyes were relentlessly fixed on me. I'd whirl around, my heart giving a sudden lurch, but there was never anyone there, just the empty, silent room. At night, I'd abruptly wake up to the faint, unsettling sound of creaking floorboards, an unseen presence moving through the house, only to find the entire house utterly empty, steeped in silence, when I investigated. One afternoon, a wave of crushing migraine forced me home early from work. As I cautiously approached the cottage, my head throbbing with dull pain, I could have sworn I saw a curtain subtly twitch in an upstairs window, as if someone inside had been meticulously watching for me and then abruptly ducked away. But when I entered the house, it was utterly silent, still, devoid of any movement. That night, unable to shake the profound, persistent unease, I made a determined decision. I would conduct a thorough, meticulous check of the entire house, searching every nook and cranny. Everything seemed perfectly normal, reassuringly so, until I reached the hallway closet. There, hidden behind some old, forgotten coats, I found a small, almost invisible door I'd never noticed before. It was securely locked, but something about its very existence, its clandestine nature, made my skin crawl with an icy dread. I called Mr. Abernathy the next day, trying desperately to keep my voice casual, light, as I inquired about the mysterious door. "Oh, that old thing?" he said with a hearty chuckle, a sound that grated on my raw nerves. "It's just access to some old plumbing. Nothing to worry about, dear." His explanation, superficially, made perfect sense, but it did nothing, absolutely nothing, to settle the cold, tight knot of apprehension that had formed in my stomach. That night, I lay wide awake, every nerve strung taut, listening, and there it was again, the soft, deliberate creak of floorboards, too intentional, too rhythmic to be merely the house settling, a chilling phantom of unseen movement. My heart pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs, I crept out of bed and followed the faint, unsettling sound. It was coming from above me. The attic. I'd never been up there, had always simply assumed it was just mundane storage space. With shaking, almost numb hands, I pulled down the old, rickety attic ladder, its hinges groaning softly, and slowly, cautiously, climbed up, my phone's flashlight beam cutting a stark, lonely swath through the oppressive, absolute darkness. What I saw there, illuminated by the trembling beam of my phone, stopped my heart dead in my chest, stealing the air from my lungs. One corner of the dusty, forgotten attic had been meticulously transformed into a horrifying, clandestine living space, a small, rough-hewn cot, a mini fridge humming softly in the oppressive silence, and piles of yellowed, neatly stacked newspapers. But it was the walls that made me feel faint, made my very soul recoil in horror. They were covered, every single inch, with photos. Photos of me. Me getting the mail. Me reading peacefully on the porch. Me sleeping in my bed. Hundreds upon hundreds of images, a grotesque, meticulous documentation of every single private moment of my life in this house. And in the terrifying center of it all, a shrine-like space, illuminated by flickering, half-burned candles, and a large, almost reverential portrait of me, clearly taken from my social media before I'd, so foolishly, made everything private. I must have made a sound, a raw whimper of pure, unadulterated terror, because suddenly, chillingly, there was movement in the deep, oppressive shadows. Mr. Abernathy emerged, a spectral figure stepping from the darkness, his formerly kind, grandfatherly face now twisted into something utterly unrecognizable, something monstrous. "You weren't supposed to see this," he said, his voice low, a dangerous, guttural growl, utterly devoid of its usual charm. "Not yet. I had such plans for us, my dear." I ran, scrambling frantically down the rickety ladder. My only coherent thought, my only desperate urge, was to get out, to escape, to flee, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that unspeakable horror. I could hear him right behind me, his footsteps heavy, deliberate, ominously close, thudding on the attic stairs, a terrifying pursuit. I made it to the front door, my shaking hands fumbling desperately with the locks, my fingers useless, clumsy with terror. Just as I wrenched the door open, a desperate, gasping breath, I felt his hand, a cold, crushing vice, close around my arm. "You can't leave," he growled, his voice thick with a terrifying possessiveness. "You're mine. You've always been mine." I don't remember consciously deciding to fight. One terrifying moment I was frozen, utterly paralyzed by raw fear, and the next, a primal surge of defiant adrenaline, I was violently swinging my fist, connecting with his jaw with a sickening, wet crack. He stumbled backward, a guttural grunt escaping his lips, clearly surprised by my sudden, unexpected resistance, by this desperate act of defiance. And then, in that fleeting, precious moment, I seized the opportunity to run. The cool, crisp night air hit me like a violent slap as I burst out of the house, a desperate, barefoot blur in my flimsy pajamas, not caring where I was going, only that it was away from that place, away from him. I could hear him behind me, his voice now a twisted parody of concern, calling my name, a chilling, distorted lullaby. I ended up, gasping and sobbing uncontrollably, at the police station, my body shaking violently, as I desperately tried to explain the incomprehensible horror that had just transpired, my words a frantic, incoherent jumble. The officers were skeptical at first. Mr. Abernathy, after all, was a highly respected member of the community, a pillar of small-town virtue. But when they finally went to investigate, their skepticism quickly crumbled. They simply couldn't ignore the undeniable, damning evidence. The attic was precisely as I had described, a terrifying, grotesque monument to his chilling obsession. But it was far, far worse than I'd initially realized in my panicked, frantic state. They found meticulous journals, filled with his deranged scrawlings, detailing his horrifying plans for me, for us. He'd been watching me long before I ever moved to Havenwood, had meticulously orchestrated my very arrival here, the cottage, the job, even, horrifyingly, my divorce. He'd had a sinister hand in all of it, subtly manipulating events from afar to draw me, like an unsuspecting fly, into his twisted, meticulously woven web. As the investigation slowly, painfully unfolded, more horrifying details, like festering wounds, emerged. I wasn't the first. There had been others, women who had mysteriously disappeared over the years, their fates unknown. The attic, that clandestine chamber of horrors, contained chilling trophies from each of them, silent testaments to lives brutally cut short by a monster hiding behind a grandfatherly smile. Mr. Abernathy was arrested, a shocking downfall, but the profound damage was already irrevocably done. My sense of safety, of fundamental trust, had been utterly shattered. The quaint little town, once a comforting embrace, now felt suffocating, a suffocating cage. Every friendly face now seemed a potential mask for darker, unspeakable intentions. I simply couldn't stay in Havenwood, couldn't bear to walk the same streets where everyone now looked at me with a profound, unsettling mix of pity and morbid curiosity. I packed up my few belongings, a desperate, frantic scramble, and left, driving relentlessly until the town was just a faint, receding speck in my rear-view mirror. It's been many years now, and I've painstakingly built a new life in a sprawling, anonymous big city where the blessing of anonymity is a shield. I've been through extensive therapy, tirelessly working to rebuild my fractured sense of security, to mend the deep, gaping wounds. But some scars, deep and insidious, simply don't fade. I still meticulously check my locks 3 times before collapsing into bed, a desperate ritual of reassurance. I still feel a cold, inexplicable chill run down my spine when I catch someone looking at me for just a moment too long. And sometimes, late at night, I still wake up, my heart racing, absolutely certain I can hear phantom footsteps in the attic above me, a chilling echo of a past that refuses to die. The experience, a brutal crucible, changed me, irrevocably. It made me warier, far more cautious, far more suspicious. But it also, paradoxically, revealed to me a profound, inner strength I never knew I possessed. I had faced true evil, looked it directly in the eye, and somehow, miraculously, survived. I had fought back when it mattered most, when my very existence hung by a thread. Sometimes, in the quiet moments, I think about the other women, the ones who didn't escape, whose voices were silenced forever. I wonder if they fought too, if they had fleeting moments of desperate hope before their tragic end. It's a heavy burden, a crushing weight, being the one who got away, the survivor. But I carry it for them, for their unspoken stories, and for myself. I've learned, with a bitter, profound understanding, that evil doesn't always conform to our expectations. It doesn't always look like we expect it to. It can hide, insidious and patient, behind kind smiles and the sweet aroma of apple pies. It can lurk, a silent, festering malignancy, in the most picturesque, seemingly idyllic of places. The monsters aren't always shadowy strangers lurking in dark alleys. Sometimes, terrifyingly, they're the friendly neighbor, the helpful landlord, the respected pillar of the community. But I've also learned that there's an indomitable strength in survival, in the sheer, stubborn refusal to let the darkness, the horror, win. Each day I live fully, freely, profoundly, is a defiant victory. Each moment of joy, of peace, is a defiant, unyielding middle finger to the man who thought he could own me, who thought he could possess my life. So if you're ever in a small town, and everything seems just a little too perfect, a little too serene, remember my story. Look beyond the charming facades and the deceptively friendly smiles. Trust your instincts when something, anything, feels profoundly off. And if you ever find yourself, in a desperate, terrifying moment, in that attic, facing your own personal monster, know that you are far, far stronger than you think. Fight. Run. Survive. Because the world needs to know that behind every perfect small-town postcard, there might be an attic full of unimaginable horrors. And it needs to know that even in the face of such profound, unspeakable evil, the human spirit, resilient and defiant, can triumph. That sometimes, the ones who are meant to be helpless victims become fierce, unyielding warriors instead. And to Mr. Abernathy, rotting, I hope, in his lonely cell, I have just one final, unwavering thing to say: I'm not yours. I never was. And I never, ever will be. My life is my own. And no amount of sick manipulation or twisted obsession can ever change that. You tried to break me, to shatter my spirit, but instead, you only made me unbreakable. Story 4. The chilling sound of shattering glass, an explosion of splintering fragments, echoed like a gunshot through the vast, empty factory. In that harrowing instant, I knew with a gut-wrenching certainty that my mundane night shift had violently twisted into a full-blown nightmare. What I had stumbled upon wasn't merely petty corporate espionage. It was a deeply sinister conspiracy that would test every fiber of my courage, every ounce of my moral conviction, and the very limits of my will to survive. I, Julian Vance, never wanted to work the graveyard shift at the remote Aegis Prime plant. But bills, those relentless, unforgiving taskmasters, needed paying, and beggars, as they say, simply cannot be choosers. The job itself seemed deceptively simple: diligently monitor the complex systems, conduct routine checks, and ensure nothing, absolutely nothing, went wrong in the dead of night. It was mind-numbingly boring most of the time, a monotonous dance with glowing screens, but it paid the bills, a lifeline in my otherwise uncertain existence. The plant itself was a colossal, sprawling maze of intricate machinery, convoluted pipes, and sterile control rooms. Most of it was heavily automated, humming with unseen power, requiring only a skeleton crew to keep things running smoothly during the day. During daylight hours, it buzzed with a low, constant hum of activity, a symphony of industrial purpose. But at night, it was eerily quiet, almost profoundly silent, the towering machines casting long, distorted shadows in the dim, emergency lighting, like sleeping giants. I'd been enduring this haunting job for about 3 agonizing months when it happened. It was a particularly brutal, bone-chilling night in November, the kind that relentlessly seeps into your very bones, gnawing at your core, making you ache with a profound, almost spiritual longing for the simple comfort of a roaring fire and a steaming, hot cup of coffee. I was about halfway through my shift, diligently conducting my usual rounds, my footsteps echoing faintly on the polished concrete, when I heard it, voices. At first, I foolishly convinced myself I was imagining things. The plant, in the oppressive silence of the night, played insidious tricks on your mind. The faint hiss of steam, a phantom breath, could easily sound like hushed whispers, and the clanking groan of cooling metal could mimic the subtle tread of footsteps. But as I stood there, straining my ears, my every nerve taut, I realized with a chilling certainty, these were definitively, undeniably human voices. My heart began to race, a frantic drum against my ribs, each beat a thunderous echo in the oppressive silence. In all my time working here, I had never encountered another soul during my rounds. The night shift was a solitary job, just me and the humming machines. I should have called it in right then, should have radioed for immediate backup or even simply called the police. But curiosity, that most dangerous of human impulses, got the better of me. I decided to investigate, foolishly assuming it was probably just some employees working late on an urgent project, burning the midnight oil. I followed the muffled sound, my own cautious footsteps echoing eerily in the cavernous space, each reverberation a sudden, jarring intrusion. As I drew closer, the muffled sound solidified into words, fragments of conversation, sharp and tense. They were arguing about something, their voices laced with raw anger, rising and falling in a discordant symphony. I rounded a corner, my flashlight beam cutting a sudden, stark swath through the pervasive darkness, and then, I froze. There, huddled closely around one of the main control panels, a scene of shocking betrayal, were 3 of my co-workers. I instantly recognized David, from IT, Clara, from operations, and to my profound, stomach-dropping shock, Mr. Albright, the plant manager himself. They were hunched over a laptop, their faces illuminated by its cold glow, frantically typing commands into the system. Lines of cryptic code scrolled endlessly across the screen, and a series of ominous warning lights were flashing erratically on the main control panel, painting the scene in urgent reds and yellows. "Hurry up!" Mr. Albright hissed, his voice a strained, desperate whisper. "We need to upload the virus before the system does its automatic reset at 3 a.m. My blood ran absolutely cold, a sickening, icy plunge. A virus? What in God's name were they doing? Clara's fingers flew over the keyboard, a blur of motion, her face a mask of intense concentration. Almost there. Once this is in, it'll look like a catastrophic system failure. The company will lose millions, and no one will be the wiser. I must have made a sound, a raw gasp of shock, perhaps, a choked whimper of disbelief, because suddenly, chillingly, all 3 heads snapped up, their eyes, wide with a dawning horror, locking onto mine. For a terrifying moment, suspended in agonizing silence, we all just stared at each other, equally stunned, equally surprised by the unexpected collision. Then, Mr. Albright's face twisted, contorting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded, taking a menacing step towards me, his presence suddenly overwhelming. I held up my hands, palms open, trying desperately to appear non-threatening, to project an image of utter harmlessness. "I'm just the night shift guy," I said, my voice, despite my desperate efforts, shakier than I would have liked. I was doing my rounds. I didn't mean to interrupt anything. Mr. Albright's eyes narrowed, glittering with a cold, predatory gleam. "The night shift guy," he repeated slowly, his voice a dangerous, thoughtful murmur. "Of course. I forgot they'd hired someone new for that." He exchanged a brief, silent look with David and Clara, a chilling, unspoken communication passing between them, a swift, terrible decision. My heart was pounding so violently, so loudly, I was absolutely convinced they could hear its frantic, desperate rhythm. "Well," Mr. Albright said, his voice deceptively calm, almost genial, "since you're here, why don't you join us? We could use an extra pair of hands." I instinctively took a step back, suddenly, chillingly, aware of how profoundly isolated we were in this vast, desolate part of the plant. "I don't think so," I said, my voice then, strained. "I should really get back to my rounds. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything, okay?" But even as the desperate words stumbled from my lips, a cold certainty settled in my gut. It wasn't going to be that simple. The chilling, dead look in their eyes told me everything I needed to know. They couldn't let me leave. Not now. Not now that I knew their horrifying secret. Mr. Albright's fake, genial smile instantly dropped, replaced by a cold, hard, utterly ruthless stare. "I'm afraid that's not an option," he said, his voice flat, devoid of any warmth. "You see, we've worked too hard, and come too far, to let some minimum wage night watchman ruin everything." He nodded subtly to David, who reached inside his jacket and slowly, deliberately, pulled out a handgun. My heart nearly stopped in my chest at the sight of it, a cold, leaden weight. "Now," Mr. Albright continued, his voice a silken thread of menace, "you're going to help us finish this job. And then, we're going to have a little chat about your future with the company. Or should I say, your distinct lack of one." My mind raced, a chaotic whirlwind of frantic, impossible thoughts, trying to find any way out of this living nightmare. I was catastrophically outnumbered, irrevocably outgunned, and in way over my head. But I knew, with an unshakable certainty, I couldn't just go along with their vile plan. Whatever they were doing, it was going to profoundly hurt a lot of innocent people. I couldn't be a part of that. "Okay," I said, forcing my voice to remain steady, level, despite the profound terror that consumed me. "I'll help. What do you need me to do?" Mr. Albright seemed to relax slightly, a subtle easing of tension, though David kept the gun relentlessly trained on me, its cold, dark eye unblinking. "Smart choice," he said, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "Clara will tell you what to input. Don't try anything stupid." I moved to the control panel, my hands shaking subtly as I reached for the cold keyboard. Clara immediately started rattling off a rapid series of cryptic commands for me to enter into the system. As I typed, My eyes frantically scanning the glowing screen, I desperately tried to make sense of what I was seeing. It was complex, highly technical stuff, way above my pay grade, but I could tell, with a dawning horror, it was bad. Really, really bad. As I worked, I kept one eye on the others, their movements tense, furtive. Mr. Albright paced nervously, like a caged animal, constantly checking his watch every few seconds. David's attention was divided, split between watching me like a hawk and vigilantly keeping an eye on the single entrance to the room. Clara was focused entirely, obsessively, on the laptop, her fingers flying over the keys in a blur of frantic motion. That's when I saw my chance. There was an emergency alarm button, small and unassuming, hidden directly under the control panel, specifically designed to alert authorities in case of a major, catastrophic incident. If I could just reach it, if I could just press it without them noticing, I pretended to clumsily drop something, bending down quickly, my body a blur of sudden motion. My fingers, trembling with desperate hope, found the cold, hard button, and I pressed it hard, praying with every fiber of my being that it would work, that it would trigger silently. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. I slowly straightened up, trying to act normal, my heart pounding a frantic, deafening drum against my ribs. Then, abruptly, deafeningly, alarms began blaring throughout the entire plant, a cacophony of sound. Red warning lights flashed erratically, painting the vast space in urgent, pulsating crimson, and a cold, computerized voice, disembodied and ominous, announced a facility-wide emergency. Chaos erupted. Mr. Albright started shouting, his voice a raw, unhinged scream. Clara frantically tried to abort whatever catastrophic program she was running on the computer, her fingers flying in a desperate blur. And David, disoriented and panicking, swung the gun wildly, uncertain where to point it in the sudden, blinding confusion. In that crucial, chaotic moment, I made my move. I shoved the control panel with a desperate, furious strength, sending it crashing violently into David. The gun went off, a deafening crack that reverberated through the space, the shot going wide, splintering a nearby glass partition with an explosive shower of fragments. I didn't wait to see what happened next, didn't spare a single glance. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, a blur of pure, unadulterated terror. Alarms blared deafeningly in my ears, red warning lights cast eerie, distorted shadows as I tore blindly through the plant, my feet pounding a frantic rhythm on the metal walkways. I could hear shouting behind me, their enraged voices growing closer, footsteps pounding relentlessly on the industrial floor, pursuing me, a relentless, primal chase. I burst out of a side door into the frigid night air, gasping desperately for breath, gulping it down in great, ragged lungfuls. In the distance, through the swirling darkness, I could hear sirens approaching, a growing wail of salvation. Help was coming. But I wasn't safe yet. I sprinted across the vast, empty parking lot, my destination the dark, welcoming embrace of the woods that bordered the plant. Just as I reached the tree line, a sudden, searing pain, I heard a shot ring out, a sharp, violent crack. Something hot, a phantom whisper of death, whizzed terrifyingly past my ear, and I dove headlong into the dense underbrush, crashing through the tangled branches. I crawled desperately through the woods, thick branches scratching brutally at my face, tearing at my skin, my clothes catching on thorny brambles. I could hear them crashing violently through the trees behind me, their angry shouts echoing through the darkness as they relentlessly searched, a relentless hunt. I don't know how long I ran, or how far. All I know is that eventually, miraculously, I broke through the trees onto a road, a narrow ribbon of asphalt. A police car was just pulling up, its flashing lights a beacon of impossible hope, responding to the alarm. I have never, in my entire life, been so overwhelmingly relieved to see flashing lights. The next few hours were a disorienting blur of urgent questions, meticulous statements, and dazed disbelief. The police raided the plant, catching Clara and David, though Mr. Albright, cunning and ruthless, managed to slip away in the chaos, vanishing into the night. As dawn broke, painting the sky in breathtaking shades of pink and gold, I sat shivering in the back of an ambulance, a thin, scratchy shot blanket draped awkwardly over my shoulders. I watched as Clara and David were led away in handcuffs, their faces grim, defeated. And I couldn't help but wonder, with a profound, aching sorrow, how people I had worked with, joked with, shared mundane lunch breaks with, could have been involved in something so utterly sinister, so profoundly destructive. In the days that followed, the full, horrifying scope of the conspiracy came to light. It wasn't just simple corporate sabotage. It was industrial terrorism on a massive, terrifying scale. The virus they were so desperately trying to upload would have caused catastrophic failures in plants across the entire country, potentially putting thousands of innocent lives at unimaginable risk. I was hailed, by the media and the grateful public, as a hero. But I didn't feel like one. I felt scared, profoundly violated, and utterly unsure who, if anyone, I could ever truly trust again. The plant was shut down indefinitely, pending a full, exhaustive investigation, and I found myself unexpectedly out of a job. But compared to what could have happened, unemployment seemed a small, almost insignificant price to pay. It's been many months now, and I still jump violently at unexpected noises. I still compulsively look over my shoulder, half expecting to see Mr. Albright's cold, calculating face in the crowd. The authorities never caught him, and sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, lurking, planning his next move, his next devastating act. But I also feel stronger, in a way I never knew possible. I faced true evil that night, stood up against it when it would have been easier, far safer, to simply look the other way. And in doing so, I discovered a profound, inherent courage I never knew I possessed, a fierce defiance. So if you ever find yourself working a lonely, desolate night shift, pay attention to those small, subtle things that seem off, that prickle at your intuition. Trust your instincts, that primal whisper of warning. Because sometimes, the real danger isn't lurking in the deep, oppressive shadows or the hidden, dark corners. Sometimes, terrifyingly, it's standing right there, in the bright, clinical lights of the control room, wearing a familiar face and a company ID badge. And when you uncover the danger, when you're suddenly faced with the terrifying choice to act or to look away, remember this: courage isn't about not being afraid. It's about being profoundly afraid and acting anyway. Because in that single, decisive moment, your actions might just be the very thing that stands between order and utter chaos, between profound safety and unimaginable catastrophe. In the end, that's what I cling to, what sustains me, not the lingering fear or the deep-seated trauma, but the profound, unshakable knowledge that when it mattered most, when everything hung in the balance, I made the right choice. And that powerful, undeniable truth, is something no conspiracy, no lingering fear, can ever truly take away from me. Story 5. The crackle of the campfire, a desperate, dwindling beacon, was supposed to be a soothing symphony against the wilderness. But as night fell, and menacing figures, like wraiths, emerged from the suffocating shadows, the comforting flame transformed into a terrifying lure, a beacon not for us, but for something unspeakable, something utterly predatory lurking in the oppressive darkness. Our peaceful camping trip, a cherished escape into nature's embrace, had violently twisted into a deadly, horrifying game of cat and mouse, with us, the unsuspecting, trapped as the desperate, terrified prey. I, Ethan Stone, had been eagerly anticipating this camping trip for months. My three best friends, Leo, the adventurous leader, Maya, the calm, observant one, and Chloe, the ever-optimistic heart of our group, and I had meticulously planned it as a last hurrah, a final, exhilarating adventure before we all reluctantly went our separate ways for college. We deliberately chose a remote, secluded spot deep in the Ozarks, far, far from the usual crowded campgrounds and their comforting noise. We yearned for true solitude, for untamed adventure, and a profound chance to connect with the raw, untouched heart of nature. We had no idea, no chilling premonition, that our fervent desire for isolation would nearly cost us our very lives. The first day was absolute perfection. We embarked on challenging hikes, our laughter echoing through the ancient trees, swam in a crystal clear, frigid stream, and painstakingly set up our campsite in a picturesque, secluded clearing, framed by towering, silent pines. As night fell, a blanket of indigo velvet, we gathered around the comforting glow of the fire, roasting sticky marshmallows and sharing our deepest hopes and our most profound fears about the unknown future that stretched before us. The stars were impossibly bright, a dazzling tapestry against the black canvas of the sky, and the ancient forest around us was vibrantly alive with the mysterious, captivating sounds of nocturnal creatures. It was as I was finally dozing off in my tent, drifting towards slumber, that I first heard it, voices, low and guttural, carried on the night wind, a chilling whisper. At first, in the hazy borderland of sleep, I foolishly thought I was dreaming. But as my senses sharpened, as I became acutely, terrifyingly alert, I realized with a gut-wrenching jolt that they were real. And they were steadily, inexorably, getting closer. I frantically unzipped the tent, the harsh rasp of the zipper a jarring intrusion in the profound silence, and peered out. In the dim, deceptive moonlight, I could make out several dark, ominous figures moving silently through the trees, slowly converging on our unsuspecting campsite. My heart began to race, a frantic, desperate drum against my ribs. We were miles from the nearest town, utterly isolated, and these were definitively not the sounds of friendly, lost hikers. I quickly, urgently, woke the others, whispering frantically, desperately, about what I'd seen. We huddled together in my tent, a small, trembling huddle of fear, utterly unsure of what to do. Should we call out? Pretend to be asleep? Attempt to flee before they discovered us? Before we could make a decision, before our paralyzed minds could formulate a coherent plan, harsh, blinding flashlight beams brutally cut through the oppressive darkness, mercilessly illuminating our tents, stark and vulnerable. A gruff, commanding voice, thick with menace, called out, slicing through the stillness, "We know you're in there. Come out, nice and easy." Exchanging terrified glances, our faces pale with dawning horror, we slowly, reluctantly, emerged from the tent. 5 men stood before us, their faces hard, unyielding, and profoundly unwelcome. They were dressed in a grotesque mix of camouflage and dirty, tattered clothing, and even in the dim light, I could see the unmistakable, chilling glint of weapons at their sides, half concealed. Well, drawled the one who seemed to be the leader, a tall, gaunt man with a scraggly, unkempt beard, his eyes cold and predatory. "What do we have here? Some city kids playing camping? We don't want any trouble," I said, forcing my voice to remain steady, to betray no hint of the raw terror that convulsed within me. "We're just here for a few days, then we'll be gone." The man's eyes narrowed, glittering with a cruel amusement. "This is our land. We don't take kindly to trespassers." "We didn't know," Maya spoke up, her voice surprisingly steady, though I could see the tremor in her hands. "There weren't any signs. We can leave right now if you want." The leader laughed, a harsh, grating sound, utterly devoid of humor, that sent fresh chills down my spine. "Leave? Oh, no, sweetheart. You're not going anywhere." It was then, in that horrifying instant, that the brutal, inescapable reality of our situation truly slammed into me, stealing my breath. These weren't just unfriendly locals, or territorial landowners. These were dangerous, utterly ruthless men. And we, utterly helpless, were completely at their mercy. The next few hours were an absolute nightmare, a blur of terror and dehumanization. They ransacked our campsite with casual, brutal efficiency, seizing anything of value, tossing our belongings carelessly aside. They taunted us relentlessly, their voices laced with cruel amusement, making veiled, chilling threats about what unspeakable things they might do to us. We were forced to sit in a tight, terrified huddle by the dying embers of the fire, watched closely by two of the men, their faces grim and unyielding, while the others continued their methodical, brutal search of the area. I tried desperately to stay calm, to think, to concoct some impossible plan of escape, but every time I shifted, every time I opened my mouth to speak, one of our captors would bark a sharp, aggressive command to stay still and shut up. As dawn, a fragile, tentative light, began to break through the oppressive darkness, I overheard two of the men talking in low, hushed voices, their words carrying unnervingly on the cold morning air. "We can't let them go," one said, his voice flat, devoid of any humanity. "They've seen our faces. They could identify us. So what do you suggest?" The other replied, a note of weariness in his voice. "We can't exactly keep them here forever." There was a long, agonizing pause, a moment pregnant with unspeakable dread, before the first man spoke again, his voice chilling in its casual, brutal nonchalance. "We take them deeper into the woods. Make it look like an accident. City kids get lost all the time out here." My blood ran absolutely cold, congealing in my veins. They were planning to kill us. I caught Maya's eye, and in that shared glance of pure, unadulterated horror, I could see she'd heard it too. We had to act. And we had to act now. I leaned over to Leo, my voice a desperate, urgent whisper, barely audible against the rising fear. "On my signal, run. Don't look back. Just run." He nodded, almost imperceptibly, his face grim, then silently passed the desperate message to Chloe. I waited, every nerve strung taut, my heart pounding so violently, so loudly, I was sure they could hear its frantic rhythm. The leader, his attention momentarily diverted, was arguing heatedly with one of his men about their next move, their voices sharp with frustration. The two guards assigned to us looked bored, their attention wandering, a fleeting lapse in vigilance. This was our desperate chance. Now! I yelled, a primal scream of defiance, jumping violently to my feet and, with a desperate surge of strength, kicking our dying campfire directly towards the nearest guard. Embers and burning logs scattered wildly, exploding outwards, catching him completely off guard, sending him stumbling back with a yelp of pain. We ran. I've never run so fast, so desperately, in my entire life. Branches whipped violently at my face, leaving stinging, fiery trails. Treacherous roots threatened to trip me at every desperate step, but I didn't slow down, didn't falter, propelled by pure, raw terror. I could hear shouting behind us, their enraged voices growing closer, then the terrifying, unmistakable sound of gunshots, sharp and brutal, echoing through the trees. We ran blindly through the pre-dawn forest, utterly disoriented, no idea where we were going, only knowing with a desperate, all-consuming certainty that we had to escape. After what felt like hours, an eternity of desperate flight, but was probably only a matter of minutes, we paused, gasping for breath, our lungs screaming for air, trying desperately to listen for sounds of pursuit, for the telltale rustle of leaves. "Is everyone okay?" I panted, my voice hoarse, looking frantically around at my friends. They nodded, their eyes wide and terrified, their faces pale. That's when I realized, with a sickening lurch of my stomach, Maya wasn't with us. The bottom dropped out of my world. In our blind, desperate panic, we'd gotten separated. Maya was out there, utterly alone, possibly hurt, with those maniacs relentlessly after her. "We have to go back for her," I said, my voice sharp with desperate resolve. Leo looked at me as if I were utterly insane, his face a mask of disbelief. "Are you crazy? They'll kill us. They'll kill Maya if we don't help her," I shot back, my voice raw with emotion. "We can't just leave her." In the end, we reached a desperate compromise. Sam, faster and more familiar with the trails, would try to find his way back to civilization and get help, a desperate race against time, while Leo and I, clinging to a fragile hope, went back into the terrifying darkness to look for Maya. We moved as quietly as we possibly could through the dense woods, every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves, making us jump violently, convinced that they were right behind us. As we drew closer to our desecrated campsite, we could hear voices, angry, guttural shouting, the sounds of things being violently thrown around. Then, a chilling, soul-rending sound, a scream. Maya screamed. Without a moment of hesitation, without thinking, I burst from our hiding spot, Leo right behind me, a desperate blur of motion. Maya was there, being held roughly by one of the men, a cruel knife pressed to her throat. "Let her go," I yelled, my voice a raw, primal roar, grabbing a fallen branch, a heavy, makeshift weapon, and brandishing it like a club. The leader turned, his face, previously contorted with rage, twisting into a mask of sudden, dawning surprise, then absolute fury. "You just made a big mistake, boy," he growled, pulling out a gun, its dark muzzle glinting ominously. Time seemed to slow down, stretching into an agonizing eternity. I saw his finger tighten on the trigger. I saw Maya's eyes widen with pure, unadulterated terror. I saw Leo moving, a blur of motion, faster than I'd ever seen him move in his life. The gun went off, a deafening crack that reverberated through the quiet forest, but it was the leader who fell, tackled by Leo at the very last second, a desperate, heroic lunge. The bullet went wide, a terrifying whistle, splintering a tree trunk with a violent crack. Chaos erupted. Maya stomped viciously on her captor's foot and, with a desperate surge of strength, broke free. I swung my branch, connecting with another man's head with a sickening, wet thud. We fought with a desperate, primal ferocity I didn't know we possessed. These men were bigger, stronger, and armed, but we had surprise on our side, the element of the unexpected, and a burning, unyielding will to survive, a fierce, defiant flame. Somehow, in the frantic melee, in the chaotic blur of fists and desperation, we managed to get our hands on one of their guns, its cold, metallic weight a shocking comfort. The tables turned quickly after that. We held them at bay, our hands shaking uncontrollably, but our resolve, our determination, was utterly firm, unyielding. That's how the police found us hours later, led by Sam, who had miraculously found his way to a ranger station, and a full search and rescue team, 4 terrified teenagers, battered and bruised, holding 5 grown, dangerous men at gunpoint in a destroyed, desolate campsite. The aftermath was a disorienting blur of urgent police statements, meticulous hospital checks, and tearful, trembling reunions with our profoundly relieved families. We learned, with a chilling sense of unease, that the men were part of a notorious backwoods militia group, responsible for a string of violent robberies and brutal assaults in the area. They'd been brazenly using the remote woods as their clandestine hideout for months, an unseen threat. It's been many years since the terrifying camping trip, but the visceral memories are still as vivid, as raw, as if it happened yesterday. I still wake up sometimes, my heart racing, absolutely certain I can hear phantom footsteps outside my tent, a chilling echo of that night. I can't look at a campfire without remembering the overwhelming terror of that night, the fear, the desperation. But I also, profoundly, remember the strength we found within ourselves, and the unbreakable bond we forged with each other. We faced true evil, absolute malevolence, and somehow, miraculously, clawed our way out the other side, not unscathed, no, but undeniably alive, and fiercely stronger for it. We don't go camping anymore, the 4 of us, not in the same way. But we're still closer than ever, bonded by a shared, harrowing experience that no one else can truly understand, no one else can truly comprehend. And when life gets tough, when we face challenges that seem insurmountable, we remind each other of that night in the woods. If we could survive that, we can survive anything. So if you're ever camping in a remote area, and you hear unsettling voices in the dead of night, trust your instincts. Sometimes, the real monsters aren't the ones hiding under your bed or in your closet. Sometimes, terrifyingly, they're the ones emerging from the suffocating shadows of the forest, wearing camouflage and carrying guns, their eyes burning with a chilling, unholy light. But remember this too, courage doesn't mean not being afraid. It means being profoundly afraid and acting anyway. It means standing by your friends when every primal instinct is screaming at you to run, to flee, to save yourself. Because in those terrifying moments of raw terror and desperate, agonizing struggle, you might just discover a profound strength you never knew you had. And that discovery, it's worth more than any camping trip, any adventure. It's the kind of thing that stays with you for life, a secret, resilient strength you can draw on when you need it most. So here's to unbreakable friendship, to unwavering courage, and to the indomitable human spirit. May it always burn brighter than any campfire, and may it forever guide us through even the darkest, most terrifying of nights. Story 6. The jarring ring of the phone, a harsh, unexpected intrusion, shattered the late-night silence of the emergency dispatch center. I answered with my usual, practiced calm and unwavering professionalism, a trained reflex. But the voice on the other end, a low, insidious whisper, sent an icy, primal dread coursing through my veins. "I can see you," it rasped, and in that terrifying moment, my world violently shifted on its axis. The hunter, the calm, controlling voice on the line, had become the hunted, and I was utterly trapped, a helpless victim in my own personal nightmare. I, Detective Eleanor Rossi, had been working as a 911 dispatcher in the small, quiet town of Crestview, Colorado, for about 3 years. It was a job I loved deeply, despite the relentless long hours and the often soul-crushing, stressful situations. There was something profoundly satisfying about being that calm, reassuring voice in someone's moment of utter crisis, about knowing, with an unwavering certainty, that I was often the thin, fragile line between life and death. The night shift was usually a monotonous rhythm of quiet predictability. Crestview wasn't exactly a hotbed of violent crime or urgent emergency. Most calls revolved around petty noise complaints, the occasional fender bender on a lonely road, or, sometimes, a barn fire during the parched, dry season. I'd settled comfortably into my usual routine, a steaming mug of black coffee at my elbow, headset firmly on, the multiple monitors glowing softly in the dimly lit, silent room. It was around 1 a.m. when the call came in. I answered with my standard, practiced reading, 911, "What's your emergency?" There was silence for a long, agonizing moment, then a man's voice, low, eerily calm, utterly devoid of emotion, uttered those chilling words that would relentlessly haunt me for months to come. "I can see you." I felt an immediate, icy dread, a visceral prickle of fear, snake down my spine, but years of rigorous training instantly kicked in. Keep them talking. Get information. Trace the call if possible. "Sir, can you clarify what you mean?" I asked, forcing my voice to remain steady, level. "Are you in danger?" A soft, unsettling chuckle echoed through the line. "No danger for me, Elena. But you might want to check your locks." My blood ran absolutely cold. He knew my name. How did he know my name? I glanced frantically around the empty dispatch center, suddenly, acutely aware of how profoundly isolated I was, a single point of light in a vast, dark void. "Sir, this line is for emergencies only. If you're not in need of assistance, I'll have to disconnect the call." "Oh, but I am in need of assistance, Elena," he said, his voice taking on a chilling, sing-song quality that made my skin crawl with revulsion. "I need you to understand how long I've been watching you. How I know every detail of your life. Like how you take your coffee black, 2 sugars. Or how you always touch that little heart necklace your mother gave you when you're stressed, just like you're doing right now." My hand froze, suspended in mid-air, realizing with a shocking jolt that I had indeed been unconsciously fiddling with my necklace. I dropped it as if it had burned me, my eyes darting frantically to the windows. The blinds were drawn, a flimsy barrier, but suddenly they felt utterly transparent, offering no protection against whatever unseen menace was lurking just beyond. I desperately needed to alert someone, to send a silent plea for help, but I couldn't disconnect the call. My fingers flew across the keyboard, a blur of motion, sending an urgent alert to Officer Miller, the on-duty officer patrolling tonight. Strange call. caller knows details about me. Please check perimeter of dispatch center. What do you want? I asked, my voice strained, fighting desperately to keep it steady, to project a calm I didn't feel. Want? Oh, Elena, I want to play a game. I want to see how long it takes for the hunter to become the prey. You dispatchers, you're always in control. Always the voice of authority. But now you're just a scared little girl, alone in the dark. I heard a faint noise outside, a subtle scrape, and nearly jumped out of my skin. It was just the wind, I desperately told myself. Just the wind. Sir, I'm going to have to insist that I what, Elena? He interrupted, his voice laced with chilling amusement. Hang up? Go away? Oh, no. We're just getting started. Did you know your bedroom curtains are a lovely shade of blue? They look especially nice in the moonlight. My heart was pounding so violently, so loudly, I could hear its frantic rhythm thrumming in my ears. He had been to my house. This wasn't just some random, cruel prank call. This was real. And it was terrifyingly personal. Officer Miller's voice crackled over the radio, a sudden, jarring burst of sound. Perimeter clear. No sign of anyone. Want me to come in? I was about to respond, to confirm, when the caller spoke again, his voice closer, a chilling whisper in my ear. Ah, good old Miller. Always reliable, isn't he? But not very observant. He didn't even notice me watching from across the street. I felt a wave of nausea, a sickening lurch in my stomach. He could see Miller. He was close. Miller. I said into the radio, my voice shaking despite my desperate efforts. He can see you. Be careful. Oh, very good, Elena, the caller praised, a mocking, derisive tone in his voice. Always looking out for others. But who's looking out for you? I heard Miller swear over the radio, a guttural sound of frustration, then the frantic sound of running footsteps. Elena. Lock the doors. I'm coming in. But before Miller could reach the building, before salvation could arrive, the power went out. The dispatch center was instantly plunged into absolute, suffocating darkness, the sudden silence of the dead equipment deafening, amplifying my terror. Oops, the caller said, amusement clear in his chilling voice. Looks like someone forgot to pay the electric bill. Don't worry, Elena. I'm sure the backup generator will kick in soon unless, of course, someone tampered with it. I was moving before he even finished speaking, fumbling frantically in the dark for the drawer where we kept the flashlights. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grip the handle. Elena? Elena, are you there? Miller's voice, desperate and raw, came through my personal cell phone, a thin thread of connection in the pervasive darkness. I had never been so profoundly glad to hear someone's voice in my entire life. Miller. I choked out. The power's out. The caller, he did something to the generator. I can't see anything. I'm almost there. Just hold on. I heard the unmistakable sound of the front door slowly, cautiously opening, and for a fleeting, desperate moment, a powerful wave of profound relief flooded through me. But then, I heard Miller's voice again, his voice still coming through my cell phone. He wasn't inside yet. Hello, Elena, said a voice, close, terrifyingly close, from the inky darkness. It was him. He was here. I screamed, a raw, desperate sound, dropping my phone and the flashlight. I heard them clatter loudly to the floor, a jarring cacophony in the profound darkness, as I stumbled backward, desperately trying to put distance between myself and the chilling voice. Now, he said, his voice closer still, a silken whisper that scraped against my soul. There's no need for that. I just want to talk face to face. And for once stay back. I warned, trying desperately to sound braver than I felt, to infuse my voice with a strength I didn't possess. The police are on their way. He laughed, a chilling, derisive sound that sent fresh shivers down my spine. Oh, I'm counting on it. It wouldn't be any fun otherwise. I heard movement, the soft scrape of a chair being pulled out. He was sitting down, making himself profoundly comfortable, as if this were a casual visit, a friendly chat, and not a terrifying, life-threatening home invasion. Why are you doing this? I asked, my back pressed hard against the cold, unforgiving wall. I was trying to painstakingly edge my way towards the door, to find an escape route, but in the pitch darkness, I was completely disoriented, utterly lost. Why? He echoed, his voice laced with a terrifying glee. Because I can, Elena. Because it's fun. Do you have any idea how exhilarating it is to be on this side of a 911 call? To be the one causing the fear instead of calming it? His words hit me like a brutal punch to the gut. This wasn't just about me. This was about power. About turning the tables on the entire emergency system itself, twisting it into his own perverse game. Suddenly, there was a deafening crash from the front of the building. Miller had arrived. Ah, the man said, standing up, a chilling satisfaction in his voice. Our guest of honor. I heard the metallic click of what could only be a gun being cocked. Let's give him a warm welcome, shall we? No. I yelled, lunging forward blindly, driven by primal instinct. By some desperate, inexplicable miracle, I collided with him, sending us both crashing violently to the floor. The gun went off, a deafening crack that momentarily illuminated the room with a terrifying muzzle flash. We grappled savagely in the profound darkness, my years of rigorous training forgotten, replaced by the raw, desperate instincts of pure survival. I clawed, kicked, and bit, fighting with a ferocity I didn't know I possessed, a desperate, animalistic struggle. Then, suddenly, miraculously, light flooded the room. Miller stood in the doorway, his gun trained steadily on us. Police. Freeze. The man beneath me went utterly still. It was over. The next few hours passed in a disorienting blur of official police statements, meticulous paramedic checkups, and crime scene investigators meticulously combing through the dispatch center, their flashlights cutting through the lingering shadows. The man, it turned out, was a former 911 operator from a neighboring county. He'd had a profound psychotic break and, in his twisted delusion, had fixated on the idea of terrorizing dispatchers. As dawn broke, painting the sky in breathtaking shades of pink and gold, I sat shivering in the back of an ambulance, a thin, scratchy shock blanket draped awkwardly over my shoulders. Miller approached, his face etched with genuine concern. "You okay?" he asked softly, his voice gentle. I nodded, though we both knew, with a painful certainty, it wasn't true. I wouldn't be okay for a very long time. "You were incredibly brave," he said, his voice filled with sincere admiration. "You saved lives tonight, Elena. Including your own." I managed a weak, trembling smile. "Just doing my job." But as I watched the sun slowly rise, painting the world in hues of hope, I knew, with a chilling certainty, things would never, ever be the same. The job I loved, the job that had given my life purpose and meaning, now felt profoundly tainted. The voice on the other end of the line would never again be just a stranger in need. It would always carry the insidious potential of threat, of profound danger. Yet, as I nervously fingered the heart necklace at my throat, a comfort in the lingering chill, a steely, unyielding resolve began to form deep within me. I had faced my worst nightmare, confronted the abyss, and I had, somehow, survived. I had fought back when it mattered most, when my life hung by a terrifying thread. And if I could do that, if I could find that strength within me, I could face whatever came next. Because now I knew the chilling truth, the line between helper and victim, between profound safety and terrifying danger, is razor thin. But I also knew, with an unshakable certainty, that I was stronger than I ever imagined. And that knowledge, that profound, undeniable truth, was something no one could ever take away from me. So I'll go back to that dispatch center. I'll put on that headset, its familiar weight of reassurance, and I'll answer those calls. Because someone needs to be there, to be the calm in someone else's raging storm. And now, more than ever, I know how profoundly important that truly is. Let them come, I thought, a silent, defiant whisper. Let the darkness try to creep in. Because now I know, I am the light that pushes it back. One call at a time. Story 7. The gentle lapping of waves against the shore, once a soothing symphony, transformed into a sinister, mocking cadence as I realized with a gut-wrenching dread that our idyllic island paradise had brutally, irrevocably become a prison. What had begun as a cherished, long-awaited family vacation violently twisted into a living nightmare of desperate survival, with ruthless criminals holding our very lives in their callous hands. I, Juliana Reed, had been meticulously planning this trip for months, a precious week on a secluded island, Serpent's Isle, nestled off the rugged coast of Maine. It was meant to be just me, my steadfast husband, Ben, and our two amazing kids, Clara, a fiercely curious 14-year-old, and Leo, a spirited 10-year-old. We'd rented a cozy, rustic cabin, painstakingly packed our bags full of beach gear and beloved board games, and boarded the small, chugging ferry with hearts brimming with unadulterated excitement. The first few days were absolute perfection. We embarked on exhilarating hikes through lush, ancient forests, built sprawling sandcastles on pristine, secluded beaches, and spent our evenings stargazing from the creaking porch, lost in the vast, glittering expanse of the night sky. It was the kind of quality family time we'd been so desperately craving, a blissful escape from the relentless, insistent buzz of phones and the ceaseless demands of our hectic, city lives. On the third night, as we were gathered around a small, crackling campfire, roasting sticky marshmallows, our laughter echoing softly into the darkness, we heard it, the distant, unmistakable hum of a boat engine. It was profoundly odd. We were the only rental property on this entire side of the island, completely isolated, and it was far too late for the daily ferry, which always operated with a predictable precision. Ben, his brow furrowed with a dawning unease, slowly stood up, peering intently into the inky blackness beyond the flickering firelight. Probably just some locals fishing, he muttered, but I could clearly hear the uncertainty, the subtle tremor of apprehension, in his voice. We quietly, sent the kids to bed, their young faces already showing a hint of worry, but Ben and I remained awake, An unspoken, suffocating tension keeping us acutely alert, every nerve strung taut. Around midnight, a new sound cut through the stillness, voices. Harsh, guttural whispers, carried on the night air, grew steadily louder, closer. Then, the unmistakable crunch of heavy footsteps on gravel, directly outside our cabin. Ben grabbed a flashlight, its beam a stark, unforgiving blade in the profound darkness, and we stepped cautiously out onto the porch. In the brutal, revealing light of the beam, we saw them, 3 men, silhouetted against the dark, dressed in dark, nondescript clothes, looking as profoundly surprised to see us as we were to see their menacing forms. For a terrifying, endless moment, nobody moved. Then, one of the men, a tall, imposing figure with a scraggly, unkempt beard and eyes that glittered with a predatory coldness, slowly raised his hands in a placating, almost mocking gesture. "Evening, folks," he drawled, his voice a gravelly rasp. "Didn't realize anyone was out here. We're having some boat trouble. Mind if we use your phone?" Every primal instinct screamed, a desperate, visceral warning, that something was horribly, profoundly wrong. These men did not look like innocent mariners seeking assistance. Their very demeanor, the way their eyes darted constantly, nervously, set every nerve on edge. Ben, ever the optimist, ever the peacemaker, started to respond, his voice hesitant. "Sure, we can." He never finished the sentence. In a terrifying, violent flash, the men were upon the porch, a blur of motion, and I saw the unmistakable, chilling glint of cold metal in their hands. Guns. Inside. Now. The bearded man growled, his voice a guttural command, all pretense of friendliness brutally stripped away. My heart was pounding so violently, so loudly, it threatened to burst from my chest. We backed slowly, cautiously, into the cabin, a retreat into a cage. I could hear Clara and Leo stirring in their room, their small bodies shifting, and I silently, desperately prayed they would stay put, remain hidden. "Look," Ben said, his voice admirably steady, despite the raw terror that convulsed through his frame. "Take whatever you want. Just please, please don't hurt us." The bearded man, clearly the leader, laughed, a harsh, humorless sound, devoid of any genuine mirth, that scraped at my soul. "Oh, we're not here to rob you. You're just our insurance policy." As if on cue, a distant, faint wail cut through the night, a sound of profound dread, sirens. The men instantly tensed, exchanging worried, frantic glances. "Damn it," one of them muttered, his voice raw with frustration. "They found the boat faster than we thought." The brutal reality of our situation slammed into me like a physical punch to the gut. These weren't just common burglars or petty thugs. They were running from something far, far bigger. Something terrifying. The next few hours were a disorienting, suffocating blur of unadulterated terror. The men, whom we quickly learned were named Marcus, the leader, Leo, and Finn, frantically barricaded the doors and windows, transforming our cozy cabin into an improvised fortress, a desperate trap. They herded us into the living room, our hands brutally bound with tight zip ties, our movements restricted. Clara and Leo, their young faces pale with a profound terror, clung to each other on the worn couch, their small bodies trembling uncontrollably. I tried desperately to put on a brave face for them, to project a calm I didn't feel, but inside, I was crumbling, utterly falling apart. Marcus paced the room like a caged animal, muttering incoherently to himself. occasionally conferring with the others in hushed, tense tones. From their fragmented whispers, from the few words I could discern, we pieced together the horrifying truth. They had robbed a bank on the mainland, a desperate, violent act, and foolishly believed they could hide out on this secluded island until the furious pursuit cooled down. They hadn't counted on the police tracking them so swiftly, or, chillingly, on finding a family of unsuspecting hostages to use as their desperate shield. As dawn broke, painting the sky and mocking, in different shades of pink and gold, we heard the unmistakable, booming voice of a megaphone from outside. The police had arrived. "This is the Maine State Police," the amplified voice commanded. "We have the island surrounded. Come out with your hands up." Marcus's face twisted with a grotesque mask of pure rage and raw, animalistic fear. He grabbed me roughly, brutally, pulling me to my feet, yanking me in front of him like a human shield. "Looks like we need to show them we mean business," he snarled, his voice a low, venomous growl. He dragged me roughly to the window, shoving me directly in front of him. "We've got hostages," he screamed, his voice raw and desperate. "You come any closer, and they start dying." I could see police cars, their lights flashing, and officers, grim-faced and determined, amassed on the beach below, their weapons at the ready. Among them was a man in a crisp suit, his face calm and unyielding, a negotiator, I presumed. "We don't want anyone to get hurt," the negotiator called back, his voice resonating across the water, calm and professional. "Let's talk about this." What followed was hours of tense, agonizing back and forth. Marcus, desperate and unhinged, demanded a boat, guaranteed safe passage, and millions in cold, hard cash. The police, equally relentless, stalled, trying desperately to talk him down, to wear him out, all the while I was acutely, terrifyingly aware of my family huddled behind me. Ben was subtly, painstakingly trying to work his hands free, a desperate, futile attempt, but the zip ties were too tight, biting into his flesh. Clara was whispering comforting words to Leo, her young face pale but showing a profound strength I hadn't known she possessed, a quiet defiance. As the grueling day wore on, the men grew more agitated, their nerves fraying, unraveling under the relentless pressure, the constant, unseen threat. They argued amongst themselves, their voices sharp with frustration, their tempers short. "We need to make a move," Leo hissed, his voice thin, desperate. "They're not going to give us what we want." "Shut up," Marcus snapped, his voice a dangerous snarl. "I'm thinking." But it was terrifyingly clear, he was out of ideas, out of options. The police weren't budging, and their precious time was rapidly running out. That's when I saw it, a chance. A fleeting, improbable window of opportunity. Fenn, the youngest and clearly the most nervous, the most visibly shaken of the three, had carelessly set his gun down on the old, scarred coffee table while he paced nervously, a restless, trembling shadow. It was just out of my reach, an inch too far, but if I could somehow, miraculously, get to it. I caught Ben's eye, trying desperately to convey my desperate, dangerous plan without uttering a single word. He gave an almost imperceptible nod, a subtle flicker of understanding, a shared moment of grim resolve. "I need to use the bathroom," I announced, my voice shaky, but laced with a desperate, burgeoning determination. Marcus glared at me, his eyes narrowed. "Hold it. Please," I pressed, my voice rising in a desperate plea, feigning extreme discomfort. I'm about to wet myself. You don't want that smell in here, do you? He hesitated, his face contorted in a grimace of disgust. Then, with a reluctant grunt, nodded to Finn. Take her. And make it quick. Finn roughly, impatiently, pulled me to my feet, his grip bruising. As we passed the coffee table, a sudden, desperate surge of adrenaline, I deliberately pretended to stumble. I fell heavily against Finn, and in the moment of confusion, of his stunned disorientation, I managed to grab the gun. Its cold, metallic weight a shocking comfort in my trembling hand. Everything happened so fast after that, a blur of raw, desperate motion. I spun around, the gun now pointed directly at Finn, its dark muzzle a terrifying promise. Don't move. I shouted, my voice stronger, far more commanding than I felt, ringing with a defiant authority. The other men, their faces a tableau of shock, turned, surprise contorting into immediate, incandescent anger. But before they could react, before their stunned minds could process the sudden, violent shift, Ben launched himself at Marcus, a desperate, primal tackle, sending him crashing to the floor with a brutal thud. Clara, quick-thinking girl that she was, a blur of motion, tripped Leo as he lunged frantically for his weapon, sending him sprawling. It was pure chaos. I kept the gun trained steadily on Finn, my hands shaking violently, but my resolve, my determination, was unyielding, unwavering. Ben and Marcus grappled savagely on the floor, a desperate, brutal dance, while Clara and Leo, fueled by sheer force of numbers and desperate, primal fear, managed to pin Leo down, a struggling, cursing mass. Police. I screamed, my voice raw and hoarse, hoping against hope that they could hear us, that they knew we needed help. We need help. The next few minutes were a blur of shouting and violent movement as the police stormed the cabin, a wave of blue uniforms. The men were quickly, efficiently subdued and cuffed, their desperate struggle ending abruptly, while paramedics, calm and professional, checked us for injuries, their movements gentle and reassuring. As we sat on the porch, wrapped in thin, scratchy shock blankets, our bodies trembling uncontrollably, I looked at my family with new eyes, a profound sense of awe and love. Ben, sporting a split lip but grinning wildly with profound relief. Clara, comforting a shaken but incredibly brave Leo, her arm wrapped tightly around him. We had faced the unthinkable, confronted truth, unadulterated evil, and somehow, miraculously, clawed our way out the other side, not unscathed, no, but undeniably alive, and profoundly, irrevocably, together. The detectives who interviewed us later were utterly amazed by our story, their faces etched with disbelief and grim admiration. They told us, their voices somber, that the men were wanted for a string of violent bank robberies across 3 states, a ruthless gang that had terrorized the region. Our desperate actions, our unexpected defiance, had brought down a criminal enterprise that had eluded capture for months, a phantom menace. We didn't finish our vacation, of course. We were flown back to the mainland that very evening, greeted by a swarm of frantic, tearful family members and a chaotic crush of reporters, their cameras flashing, their microphones thrust forward, hungry for a soundbite. The story, a sensation, made national news, the family vacation that turned into a takedown of notorious criminals. In the weeks and months that followed, we meticulously dealt with the aftermath, haunting nightmares that plagued our sleep, jumpy, violent reactions to loud, sudden noises, a newfound, profound weariness of strangers, their faces forever suspect. But we also found a profound, unyielding strength within ourselves, and an unbreakable bond with each other that we never knew we possessed. We don't go to islands for vacations anymore, not in the same way, but we're closer than ever, undeniably bonded by an experience so harrowing, so utterly unique, that no one else can truly comprehend. And when life gets tough, when we face challenges that seem insurmountable, we remind each other of that terrifying night on Serpent's Isle. If we could survive that, we can survive anything. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the gentle lapping of waves, a haunting, ghostly sound, and feel a cold, inexplicable chill run down my spine. But then I look at my family, safe and sound, their gentle breaths a comforting rhythm beside me, and I remember, we're survivors. We're fighters. And nothing, no trauma, no lingering fear, can ever truly take that away from us. So if you're ever on a secluded island, and you hear a boat engine in the dead of night, trust your instincts. Because sometimes, paradise can twist into a prison in the blink of an eye. But remember this too, even in the darkest, most terrifying moments, courage can be found in the most unlikely of places, even in a terrified mother, even in a determined father, even in children who discover their own fierce, indomitable strength when it matters most. And that discovery, it's worth more than any vacation, any fleeting adventure. It's the kind of profound, life-altering thing that stays with you forever, a permanent reminder that when faced with the unthinkable, when pushed to the absolute edge, we are all capable of extraordinary, impossible things. Story 8. The moment we heard the footsteps, a chilling, rhythmic echo reverberating through the abandoned, cavernous halls, a cold, hard truth slammed into us. Our urban exploration, once a thrill, had taken a terrifying, irreversible turn. But by then, the iron gates of our escape had clanged shut, and it was already far, far too late to turn back. It had begun, as so many of our adventures did, as just another exhilarating quest for our intrepid little group of urban explorers. There were 4 of us, myself, my best friend Jake, his girlfriend Mia, and our newest member, a quiet, almost spectral guy named Chris, who had joined our online forum a few weeks prior. For months, we'd meticulously eyed this colossal, decrepit old hospital on the desolate outskirts of town, a brooding leviathan of crumbling brick and shattered glass. We'd waited, with a feverish anticipation, for the perfect, moonless night, the ideal window of opportunity, to finally breach its weathered walls and delve into its secrets. The place had been sealed off for years, its windows boarded up like sightless eyes, its once pristine walls now a canvas for vibrant, defiant graffiti. Local legends, whispered in hushed, terrified tones, spoke of strange, disembodied noises, of ghostly apparitions, and of unfortunate souls who had vanished without a trace after venturing inside its menacing depths. We, of course, dismissed all such spectral nonsense. To us, it was merely another cool, decaying location to meticulously explore, to document, to conquer. We arrived just as the sun was bleeding its last colors across the bruised sky, the fading light casting long, grotesque shadows across the overgrown, cracked asphalt of the parking lot. The air was thick, heavy, with a cloying scent of decay and stagnant water, a putrid breath from the hospital's gaping maw. As we approached the imposing main entrance, a distinct shiver, cold and sharp, traced a serpentine path down my spine. I desperately rationalized it as the rush of adrenaline, the thrill of the illicit, but looking back, I wonder, with a chilling certainty, if it wasn't a profound, desperate warning I should have heeded. Remember, Jake said, his voice a low, serious rumble, as we meticulously prepared our gear, headlamps strapped on, cameras checked. We stick together. No wandering off alone, no matter what we find in there. We all nodded in solemn, unspoken agreement. It was our cardinal rule, a sacred pact, one we had never, ever broken before. How could we have known, in our naive arrogance, that this night, this single, terrifying night, would test that sacred rule to its very breaking point? Gaining entry proved surprisingly effortless, almost unnervingly so. A back door, a gaping maw in the building's side, had clearly been forced open long ago, its lock a rusted, useless relic. As we slipped inside, the overwhelming smell assaulted us like a physical blow, a suffocating miasma of mold, ancient dust, and something else, something sickeningly sweet, a cloying, putrid scent that churned my stomach. Our powerful flashlights, like probing surgical instruments, cut through the impenetrable darkness, revealing peeling pain that hung like necrotic skin, overturned gurneys, skeletal remnants of abandoned medical equipment. It was like stepping into a post-apocalyptic movie set, a chilling tableau of forgotten suffering. We moved slowly, cautiously, our footsteps echoing with an unnerving resonance in the empty, silent corridors, our cameras clicking softly, rhythmically, as we meticulously documented every gruesome detail we encountered. "Hey, check this out!" Chris called out, his voice a strained whisper, shining his powerful light on a faded, almost illegible sign. "Psychiatric ward. This way." A collective shiver, cold and palpable, rippled through the group. The psychiatric ward. That was where all the most chilling stories originated, where the most profoundly traumatized patients had been confined, where the most questionable, most horrifying treatments had been performed. "Should we?" Mia asked, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with a nascent fear. Jake, ever the thrill-seeker, grinned, his face a ghostly mask in the stark beam of his flashlight. "That's what we came for, isn't it?" As we ventured deeper into the decaying heart of the hospital, the very atmosphere seemed to subtly, insidiously change. The air grew colder, heavy with an unseen presence. The shadows deepened, becoming more menacing, more corporeal. More than once, I could have sworn I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a fleeting, spectral blur, only to find nothing but empty space when I whipped my head around to look. The psychiatric ward was a bewildering, labyrinthine maze of narrow, suffocating corridors and small, cell-like rooms, their doors often still locked, their small, grimy windows revealing nothing but impenetrable darkness beyond. The walls themselves were a horrifying testament to the suffering within, covered in desperate scratch marks, faded, almost illegible writing, pleas for help, angry outbursts, desperate, forgotten prayers. "Jesus," Jake muttered, running his hand along one particularly deep, raw set of scratches, his voice heavy with a grim realization. What the hell happened here? That's when we heard it. A sound that didn't belong. A soft, muffled thud, like a heavy door slowly, deliberately closing somewhere deeper in the ward. We all froze, every muscle rigid, our eyes meeting in the dim, dancing light of our flashlights, wide with a shared, unspoken dread. It could have been anything, we desperately rationalized, the ancient building settling, a curious rat knocking something over. But deep down, in the core of our beings, we all knew. It wasn't. "Maybe we should go," Mia suggested, her voice trembling slightly, a fragile thread against the encroaching silence. But curiosity, that fatal, irresistible siren, overrode caution. We had come too far, risked too much, to turn back now. Slowly, cautiously, our movements stiff, almost robotic, we began to move towards the source of the unsettling sound. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever, an endless, mocking tunnel, each agonizing step taking us further from the illusory safety of the entrance and deeper into the suffocating abyss of the unknown. The silence was oppressive, a heavy blanket, broken only by our ragged, desperate breathing and the frantic, deafening pounding of my own heart in my ears. And then we saw it, a door, slightly ajar, where all the others had been resolutely, ominously closed. As we watched, transfixed by a horrifying fascination, it slowly, inexorably swung open, revealing a room beyond, a black maw inviting us into its depths. "Hello?" Jake called out, his voice, though intended to sound confident, echoing with a hollow, desperate tremor in the empty hallway. "Is someone there?" No response. Just that terrible, expectant silence, thick and suffocating, stretching taut like a hangman's rope. We should have left then. Should have turned and run, bolted out of that cursed place while we still possessed the fragile ability. But we didn't. Instead, like lambs to the slaughter, we stepped into that room, our flashlight beams sweeping across peeling wallpaper and a rusted, skeletal bed frame. That's when the heavy door slammed shut behind us with a resounding, definitive crash, the sound echoing like a death knell. Panic, raw and absolute, set in immediately, a primal scream echoing in my mind. Jake and Chris threw themselves at the door, their desperate shoves echoing in the confined space, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if an unseen, immense force on the other side was holding it closed, an unyielding, malevolent will. "This isn't funny," Mia shouted, her voice high-pitched with burgeoning fear, bordering on hysteria. "Let us out." But there was no response, only the chilling sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, ominous, moving away, receding into the oppressive silence of the corridor outside. We were trapped. The next few hours were a disorienting, terrifying blur of raw fear and desperate, futile attempts to escape. We tried prying the door open with makeshift tools, smashing frantically at the rusted hinges, even attempting to break through the crumbling, ancient walls. Nothing worked. It was as if the room itself, a sentient, malevolent entity, was determined to hold us captive. As our precious flashlight batteries began their agonizing, inevitable demise, casting us into deeper, more suffocating darkness, the true, horrifying reality of our situation began to sink in. We were locked in an abandoned psychiatric ward, a forgotten tomb, with no way to call for help, no signal, and no idea if anyone at all, even knew we were here. And all the while, in the profound, oppressive silence, we could hear them. Footsteps in the hallway, a slow, dragging rhythm. Whispers, insidious and barely audible, just at the edge of hearing, like the rustle of dry leaves. The occasional, sickening scrape of something heavy being dragged across the floor. We weren't alone in this place. And whatever malevolent entity was out there, it didn't want us to leave. As the last flicker of our flashlights finally died, plunging us into total, suffocating darkness, I felt a cold hand, trembling violently, grab my arm. I nearly screamed, a raw, desperate sound, before I recognized Jake's voice, a strained whisper in the suffocating blackness. "Listen," he rasped, his breath hot and ragged against my ear. "We need to split up. Find a way out. Are you insane? I hissed back, fury momentarily overriding my terror. That's exactly what they want us to do. But Jake was insistent, his voice laced with a desperate, chilling logic. It's our only chance. Chris and I will try to force the door again. You and Mia, see if you can find another way out. A vent. A weak spot in the wall. Anything. I wanted to argue, to scream, to remind him of our sacred, unbreakable cardinal rule, never split up. But as another set of heavy, dragging footsteps echoed ominously outside our room, I realized, with a sickening lurch, that he was right. We were running out of options. Time was a cruel, unforgiving master. Slowly, agonizingly, Mia and I felt our way along the cold, unyielding walls, our hands trembling, searching for anything that might lead to freedom. The darkness was absolute, a crushing, palpable presence. Every subtle sound, every creak and groan of the decaying building, was amplified in the profound stillness. I could hear Mia's ragged, desperate breathing, feel the frantic trembling of her hand in mine, a shared tremor of terror. That's when I felt it, a slight, ethereal draft, a whisper of cooler air coming from somewhere near the floor. A vent. Just large enough for us to crawl through. Jake. I called out, my voice, unnaturally loud in the quiet room, breaking with a desperate hope. I think we found something. But there was no response. No sound of movement from where Jake and Chris had been desperately trying to force the door. Jake? Mia called, her voice rising, panic edging into hysteria. Chris? Where are you guys? Silence. Only the echo of her desperate plea. They were gone. The horrifying realization slammed into us like a physical blow. They'd left us. Or something had taken them. Either way, we were utterly, terribly alone. With shaking, fumbling hands, we pried the rusted vent cover off and peered into the darkness beyond. The smell that wafted out was putrid, a nauseating miasma of rotting meat and stagnant water, a smell that churned my stomach. But we had no choice. It was our only, desperate way out. I went first, crawling on my belly through the narrow, suffocating space. The cold, unyielding metal scraped against my skin, and more than once, I felt something small, something unseen, sitter across my hand in the suffocating darkness. I tried not to think about what it might be, to banish the horrifying images from my mind. We crawled for what felt like hours, a torturous journey, the vent twisting and turning, sometimes sloping downward so steeply I was terrified we'd fall into an unseen abyss. And all the while, I could hear something moving in the vents behind us. Following us. A low, wet scuttling. Finally, mercifully, a shimmering glimmer of light appeared ahead. With a final, desperate burst of adrenaline-fueled energy, I pushed forward, tumbling out of the vent and onto cold, damp grass. Mia followed a moment later, gasping for air, her body convulsing with desperate sobs. We were outside. We'd made it. But as I looked up at the looming bulk of the hospital, its decaying silhouette a monstrous presence against the bruised sky, I realized, with a sickening lurch, that our nightmare was far from over. Because there, staring down at us from a third-floor window, their faces pale, their eyes wide and unseeing, were Jake and Chris. And standing behind them, barely visible in the oppressive gloom, was a figure. Tall. Impossibly thin. With long, spindly fingers resting, like grotesque talons, on Jake and Chris's shoulders. As we watched, Frozen in unadulterated horror, the figure slowly raised one hand in a mocking, chilling wave. Then, the heavy curtain fell, and they were gone. We ran. Ran until our lungs burned, a searing fire in our chests, and our legs gave out beneath us. Ran until we finally stumbled into the illusory safety of streetlights and the comforting, mundane sounds of passing cars. But even now, months later, I still wake up in a cold sweat, the horrifying memory of that figure, its impossible thinness, its mocking wave, burned into my mind. We never saw Jake and Chris again. The police searched the hospital, their flashlights probing the shadows, but found no trace of them. It was as if they'd vanished into thin air, absorbed by the very walls of that haunted place. Sometimes, late at night, in the profound stillness of my apartment, I think I can hear whispers emanating from the vents, familiar voices, calling my name, begging for help. But I know better now. I know that some places are better left unexplored. Some doors, once closed, are better left unopened. Because sometimes, when you go looking for adventure in abandoned places, you find something else entirely. Something ancient. Something malevolent. Something that has been waiting for you. Something that never, ever wanted you to leave. Story 9. The moment that screen flickered, a malevolent, erratic pulse in the oppressive quiet of the night, a cold, hard certainty seized me, something was terribly, irrevocably wrong. But by then, the insidious gears had already begun to turn, and it was far, far too late to retreat from the precipice. It was just another late shift, another endless night patrolling the polished, sterile corridors of Crimson Tower, or so I had foolishly, desperately, convinced myself. I'd been working as a night security guard at Crimson Tower for about 6 months, a cushy, almost idyllic job, perfectly suited for a college student like me, desperately trying to juggle tuition and living expenses. The pay was decent, the hours perfectly aligned with my daytime classes, and most nights were so utterly quiet, so profoundly uneventful, that I could actually get my studying done between my rounds. Crimson Tower itself was a monument to modern ambition, one of those sleek, towering edifices of glass and steel that ruthlessly dominated the city skyline, its 60 floors home to prestigious law firms, cutting-edge tech startups, and a handful of enigmatic companies whose names I'd never even heard of. During the day, it pulsed with a frantic, bustling energy, a hive of human activity. But at night, it underwent a chilling metamorphosis, transforming into an eerily quiet fortress of empty cubicles and darkened, silent conference rooms. My shift always began with the same mundane ritual. I'd arrive precisely at 10 p.m., relieve the perpetually bored evening guard, and settle into the claustrophobic confines of the security office on the ground floor. From this nerve center, I held the illusion of control, with access to the building's myriad camera feeds and the ability to monitor all entry points. Every 2 hours, like a dutiful automaton, I'd perform a meticulous round, checking each floor, ensuring everything was hermetically sealed, utterly secured. It was during one of these routine rounds, about a month into my tenure, that I first heard it. I was on the 42nd floor, making my way down the main, echoing corridor, when a sound, subtle and chilling, stopped me dead in my tracks. It was faint, barely audible over the relentless hum of the air conditioning, yet utterly unmistakable, footsteps. The slow, deliberate cadence of footsteps, emanating from one of the offices ahead. My heart rate, a frantic drum against my ribs, instantly accelerated as I unclipped the heavy flashlight from my belt. its cool metal a small comfort in my trembling hand. "Hello?" I called out, my voice, unnaturally loud in the silent, oppressive hallway, cracking with the nascent unease. "This is security. Is someone there?" No response. Just that eerie, profound silence, thick and suffocating. I approached the office from which I thought the sound had originated, my palms clammy with sweat, my grip tightening on the flashlight. The door was closed, its nameplate gleaming faintly in the dim emergency lighting. Dr. Evelyn Marsh, Research Director. I drew a deep, shuddering breath and turned the handle. The office was empty. No sign of disturbance, no open windows, nothing to suggest anyone had been there. I conducted a thorough, meticulous check, peering under the desk, sweeping my light into the cavernous depths of the closet, but found nothing. Must have been my imagination, I told myself, a desperate, flimsy rationalization. Or maybe the wind, somehow. I finished my round, my nerves still jangling, and headed back to the security office, desperately attempting to push the unsettling incident from my mind. But a week later, it happened again. This time, I was on the 55th floor when I heard it. Not footsteps this time, but a voice. A whisper. So quiet, so ethereal, I could barely discern it. It seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, the words indistinct, a ghostly murmur, but the tone, urgent, desperate, almost pleading. I spent nearly an hour, a futile, agonizing search, combing that entire floor, my flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive darkness, illuminating empty offices and silent, mocking corridors. Again, I found nothing. But as I rode the elevator back down to the ground floor, a profound, unshakable feeling settled over me, something was watching me. I debated mentioning it to my supervisor, to confide my growing unease. But what would I say? That I was hearing things? That the empty building was spooking me? I'd be laughed out of the job, branded as unstable. So I kept quiet, sealing my own fate, clinging to the desperate, fragile hope that it was just stress, or debilitating lack of sleep, playing cruel tricks on my mind. For the next few weeks, a deceptive calm settled over the tower. Everything was normal. The nights passed uneventfully, a monotonous rhythm, and I began to relax, to allow myself to believe my own comforting lies. Maybe I had just been imagining things after all. Then came the night that shattered everything. It was a Tuesday, just past 2 a.m. I was slumped in the security office chair, half-heartedly flipping through my textbook, my mind drifting, when a subtle, insidious movement on one of the monitors caught my eye. It was a feed from the 60th floor, the executive level, an area that was usually off-limits, even during the day, a heavily restricted zone. A figure was moving across the frame too quickly, too fleetingly, for me to discern clearly. It vanished from view, then reappeared on another camera, moving with a chilling purpose towards the stairs. I sat up straighter, every fiber of my being suddenly wide awake, alert, my heart pounding a frantic drum against my ribs. This wasn't my imagination. There was someone in the building. I immediately radioed for backup, my voice a strained whisper, then grabbed my flashlight and bolted for the elevators. Protocol screamed at me to wait for help to arrive, to follow established procedure, but a visceral, unyielding instinct, a desperate premonition, told me I didn't have time. Whoever this was, they knew the cameras were there. They were moving with a chilling purpose, a deliberate, sinister intent. The elevator ride to the 60th floor felt like an eternity, each rising foot a plunge deeper into the unknown. When the doors finally slid open, I was met with a gust of cold, stale air that made me shiver uncontrollably despite the thickness of my uniform. The executive level was laid out differently from the rest of the building, its oppressive corporate sterility replaced by plush carpeting and wood-paneled walls, an eerie, opulent labyrinth instead of the usual rows of cubicles and harsh fluorescent lighting. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing hollowly in the empty, silent space. "Security. Show yourself." For a moment, there was nothing. A profound, suffocating silence. Then, from somewhere deeper down the hall, I heard a sound that made my blood run instantly, terrifyingly cold, a laugh. High. Cruel. A sound that scraped against my raw nerves, followed by the unmistakable, chilling sound of breaking glass. I ran towards the noise, my heart pounding in my chest, a frantic drum beating out a desperate rhythm. As I rounded a corner, I saw it, a door at the very end of the hall, standing wide open, a malevolent eye, light spilling out into the darkened corridor. I approached cautiously, my flashlight raised, a flimsy shield against the encroaching dread. "This is your last warning," I shouted, trying, with desperate futility, to keep my voice steady, authoritative. "Come out with your hands up." No response. Just that terrible, profound silence again, thick and oppressive. I reached the doorway and peered inside. It was a large, opulent office, undoubtedly belonging to the CEO or someone equally important, a throne room of corporate power. Papers were strewn across the polished floor, a chaotic mess, and the immense window behind the sprawling desk was shattered, a spudder of broken glass, cold night air whistling through the jagged shards. But what truly snagged my eye, riveting my gaze, was the computer on the desk. It was on, its screen glowing with an unnatural, spectral light in the oppressive darkness. As I watched, mesmerized and horrified, words began to appear, coalescing on the screen, as if an unseen hand was typing with a chilling deliberation. "You shouldn't have come up here." I stumbled back, my mind reeling, a frantic maelstrom of disbelief. This wasn't possible. There was no one in the room. No one at the keyboard. More words, cold and cutting, appeared. "But since you're here, let me show you the truth." Suddenly, every screen in the office, dormant until now, flickered to life, bathing the room in an eerie, pulsating glow. Images flashed across them too quick for me to process at first, a horrifying, fragmented montage. But as I watched, utterly transfixed, utterly horrified, I began to comprehend the unspeakable reality unfolding before me. Experiments. Terrible, inhuman experiments, being conducted in hidden, clandestine labs deep within the building's very core. People, their faces contorted in silent screams, strapped to cold, metal tables as sinister machines pumped glowing, unnatural fluids into their veins. Grotesque creatures, half human, half something else, something monstrous, locked in cages barely large enough to contain their writhing forms. And overseeing it all, a figure I instantly recognized from the company's glossy promotional materials, Dr. Evelyn Marsh. The research director whose office I had searched weeks ago, dismissively believing I was imagining things. The horrifying images ceased as suddenly as they had begun, replaced by a single, chilling sentence, stark white against the dark screen, "Now you know. What will you do?" I backed out of the office, my mind spinning, a frantic, desperate vortex of terror. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate hoax, a horrifying prank, or a terrifying hallucination, a product of my sleep-deprived mind. Or a hand, cold and heavy, clamped down on my shoulder. I whirled around, my heart pounding, a frantic drum in my chest, coming face to face with Dr. Marsh herself. But her eyes were wrong. Pitch black, utterly devoid of whites, two abysses staring into my soul. "I'm afraid we can't let you leave," she said, her voice echoing strangely, eerily, in the empty hallway, a disembodied whisper. "You've seen too much." I tried to run, to flee this monstrous reality, but my legs, like leaden weights, refused to move. I opened my mouth to scream, a primal, desperate sound, but no sound escaped. The last thing I remember is Dr. Marsh's face, twisted into an inhuman, predatory grin, as a profound, suffocating darkness closed in around me, swallowing me whole. I woke up in the security office, slumped awkwardly over my desk, a cold knot of dread in my stomach. The clock showed 6 a.m., the end of my shift. On the monitors, I could see the early morning cleaning crew arriving, their mundane movements a stark contrast to the horrors I'd witnessed. The first trickle of employees began to arrive for the day, their faces oblivious. Had it all been a dream? A vivid, terrifying nightmare, brought on by too many late nights and too much caffeine? I wanted to believe that. I desperately wanted to believe it. But as I stood up, stretching muscles stiff and protesting from sleeping in an awkward position, something fell from my pocket. A small, glass vial, filled with a pulsating, glowing blue liquid. And pinned to my uniform, a note, exquisitely inscribed in elegant, precise handwriting, "Welcome to the team. Your real work begins tonight." I should have quit then. Should have run, screamed, fled, and never looked back. But curiosity, the damned, insidious curiosity that had gotten me into this horrifying mess in the first place, wouldn't let me. So I'll be back tonight. Back to Crimson Tower. With its impossible experiments. And its dark, unspeakable secrets. Because now, I know the truth. And I have to see how deep this rabbit hole goes. No matter where it leads. Even if it leads somewhere I can never, ever come back from. Story 10. The moment we saw their eyes, twin infernos glowing in the suffocating darkness, a chilling, undeniable truth slammed into us. Our idyllic camping trip had taken a terrifying, irreversible plunge into nightmare. But by then, the dense, ancient forest had already woven its inescapable web, and it was far, far too late to simply escape. It was supposed to be a joyous weekend getaway, a much-needed reprieve from the relentless grind, just four friends, united by shared laughter and a love for the boundless embrace of the great outdoors. Jake, my best friend since the sandbox days, had been the architect of this escape, his eyes shining with an almost manic excitement. His girlfriend Mia, and my own girlfriend Sarah, had been equally eager for the adventure, and I, frankly, was simply desperate to escape the suffocating tendrils of work-induced stress, even for a few precious days. We'd meticulously chosen a remote, almost forgotten spot deep within the national forest, miles from the usual bustling campgrounds and well-worn hiking trails. Jake had unearthed it online, a cryptic mention on some obscure, almost forbidden camping forum. "It'll be perfect," he'd promised, his voice brimming with anticipation. No crowds, no noise. Just us and raw, untamed nature. The drive itself was a testament to its isolation. The paved road, a comforting ribbon of civilization, gradually dissolved into a gravel track, then further, into a rough, unforgiving dirt path that had Sarah gripping the dashboard with white knuckles and Mia repeatedly asking, her voice laced with growing unease, if we were certain this was the right way. But Jake, with his unerring sense of direction and boundless optimism, was supremely confident, and I, foolishly, trusted him implicitly. We finally arrived just as the sun was bleeding its last fiery colors across the bruised, darkening sky. The forest around us, a looming, silent presence, was already cloaked in deep shadow beneath the thick, suffocating canopy of ancient trees. The clearing Jake had promised was indeed there, a small, almost perfectly circular open space, barely large enough to accommodate our 2 tents and a roaring campfire. As we began to set up camp, an inexplicable feeling of profound unease began to coil in my gut, a cold, insidious serpent. The forest was too quiet. No cheerful bird calls, no comforting rustle of small animals in the underbrush, no gentle hum of insect life. Just an oppressive, watching silence that seemed to hold its breath, a tangible presence, observing our every hurried move. "Hey, guys," Sarah whispered, her voice hushed, tinged with a nascent fear, as she slowly, deliberately, scanned our surroundings. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" Jake laughed, a forced, brittle sound that dissolved in the heavy air. "It's just the trees, babe," he said, attempting levity. "They're not used to having visitors out here." We tried desperately to shake off the weird, unsettling vibe, forcing our focus onto pitching our tents and coaxing a reluctant fire to life. As the first hungry flames flickered, casting dancing, grotesque shadows across the clearing, we began, slowly, tentatively, to relax. We roasted marshmallows, their sugary sweetness a fleeting comfort. We spun ghost stories, our voices growing bolder in the flickering light. We sipped the cold beers we'd meticulously packed in, the mundane rituals creating an illusion of normalcy. For a while, it felt like the idyllic camping trip we'd meticulously imagined. But as the night deepened, drawing its inky cloak tighter around us, that suffocating feeling of being watched returned, stronger, more pervasive than ever. More than once, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, a spectral blur, only to turn and see nothing but impenetrable darkness beyond the comforting embrace of the firelight. "Did you guys see that?" Mia suddenly gasped, her voice tight with unadulterated fear, a raw sound that ripped through the night. We all turned as one, our gazes snapping to where she was pointing. For a heart-stopping moment, I saw nothing, just the familiar, shifting shadows. Then, a distinct flash of movement, and eyes. Dozens of eyes. Glowing with an unholy, malevolent light in the suffocating darkness, just beyond the shimmering, protective edge of our camp. "Holy," Jake breathed, scrambling desperately to his feet, his face pale, eyes wide with terror. "What the hell are those?" "Probably just animals," I said, my voice thin and reedy, trying, with desperate futility, to keep it calm, even as my heart hammered against my ribs like a frantic drum. "Raccoons, maybe, or deer." But deep down, in the chilling core of my being, I knew that was a lie. These eyes were too high off the ground for any normal forest creature. And they were watching us with an intelligence, a malevolent knowing, that sent shards of ice through my spine. We should go," Sarah stammered, her body already backing towards the tents, her movements jerky with desperate urgency. "Pack up and get out of here." Now, no one argued. All pretense of calm, all semblance of order, was brutally abandoned. We quickly doused the fire, the flames sputtering into dying embers, and began frantically grabbing our things, stuffing them haphazardly into bags. The eyes continued to watch, their unblinking glow a constant, terrifying presence, more appearing every time I dared to look up. That's when we heard it. A low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, a sound that vibrated through the very ground beneath our feet. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before, not quite animal, yet terrifyingly, unnaturally, not quite human. "Run!" Jake yelled, his voice a raw, desperate scream, grabbing Mia's hand and bolting for the car. We didn't need to be told twice. Abandoning our half-packed gear, our precious illusion of safety, we ran, a desperate, terrified flight into the unknown. The forest, which had been so unnervingly silent moments before, was now alive with a cacophony of terrifying sound. Branches snapped behind us with brutal force, and that terrible, guttural growl grew louder, closer, joined by others, a chorus of predatory intent. I risked a desperate glance back, a fleeting, suicidal impulse, and immediately wished I hadn't. Shapes were moving in the darkness, tall and lean, loping after us with an inhuman, terrifying speed. I couldn't discern details in the oppressive gloom, but what I saw was enough to make me run faster than I ever had in my entire life, my lungs burning, screaming in protest. We burst out of the trees onto the dirt road where we had foolishly, ignorantly, parked the car. Jake fumbled frantically with the keys, his hands shaking so violently he could barely get them into the ignition, his breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. "Hurry!" Mia screamed, her voice a thin, raw shriek, her eyes fixed on the tree line, wide with unadulterated terror. The engine roared to life, a blessed, deafening sound, just as the first of our pursuers emerged from the forest, a grotesque, horrifying apparition. In the blinding glare of the headlights, I caught a fleeting glimpse of pale, elongated limbs, a face that was almost, but not quite, human, twisted into a predatory rictus. And those glowing, malevolent eyes. Then Jake slammed the car into drive, and we were hurtling down the dirt road, the vehicle bucking and shuddering violently over the rough terrain. For a few agonizing minutes, we drove in a profound, terrified silence, all of us straining, our ears aching, to hear if we were still being followed. Gradually, mercifully, the sounds of pursuit faded, replaced only by the frantic, deafening pounding of our hearts and our own ragged, desperate breathing. What were those things? Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper, raw with unspeakable horror. No one had an answer. We drove through the night, a desperate, non-stop flight, not daring to stop until we hit the blessed familiarity of the highway. Even then, we didn't feel truly safe until we were back in the sprawling, comforting chaos of the city, surrounded by the familiar, reassuring glow of street lights and the mundane, life-affirming sounds of civilization. We went to the police, of course. We recounted our horrifying tale, about the creatures in the woods, the desperate chase, the abandoned campsite, the utter, pervasive terror. They listened politely, their faces masks of professional skepticism, but I could see it in their eyes, the unspoken dismissal. A group of young people, out in the woods, probably drinking, telling tall tales. It was painfully clear they thought we'd imagined it all, or wildly exaggerated some fleeting encounter with normal, harmless wildlife. "We'll send a patrol out to check the area," the officer said, his tone utterly devoid of conviction, making it painfully clear that this was a low, almost non-existent, priority. In the harrowing days that followed, we tried desperately to make sense of what had happened, to fit the square peg of our nightmare into the round hole of reality. We scoured the internet for similar stories, for any scrap of explanation, any shred of truth that might illuminate what we might have encountered. We found nothing concrete, just vague legends, ancient, forgotten campfire tales about creatures in the woods that were never quite human. Jake was the first to succumb to self-doubt. "Maybe we did imagine it," he said one night, about a week after the incident, his voice hollow, tinged with a desperate hope. "I mean, it was dark. We were all keyed up from the ghost stories. But I couldn't shake the searing memory of those eyes, their malevolent intelligence, of the inhuman speed with which those things had chased us, their forms blurring into predatory shadows. And sometimes, late at night, in the profound, aching silence, I swear I can still hear that growl echoing in the distance, a low, guttural promise of return." We never went camping again after that night. The four of us, once so tightly bound by shared adventure, slowly drifted apart, each dealing with the raw, unspoken trauma in our own shattered way. Sarah threw herself into her work with a frantic, desperate energy. Mia became morbidly obsessed with researching cryptozoology, a desperate quest for answers. And Jake simply tried to forget, his eyes often distant, haunted. But I can't forget. I find myself compulsively drawn back to that forest, driving out to where the paved road ends, a desolate line in the sand, staring into the impenetrable darkness beyond. I never get out of the car. Never venture back into those ancient, watchful trees. But I watch. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see eyes watching back, twin malevolent stars in the inky blackness. I don't know what's out there in those woods. I don't know if they're still there, patiently waiting for unwary campers to stumble into their cursed territory. But I do know one thing, there are places in this world where humans don't belong. Places where the line between terrifying reality and waking nightmare blurs, dissolves into a terrifying void. And if you ever find yourself, by some cruel twist of fate, in one of those places, don't try to understand it. Don't try to face it. Just run. Run and pray, with every fiber of your being, that you're faster than whatever is relentlessly chasing you. Because in the deep, dark woods, where the ancient trees watch with unseen eyes and the oppressive silence holds unspeakable secrets, there are things that have never known the comforting touch of sunlight or the gentle sound of human voices. Things that hunger for more than just flesh and blood. They hunger for souls. And once they set their malevolent sights on you, they never, ever give up the chase. So the next time you're planning a camping trip, heed this dire warning: stick to the well-traveled paths. Stay where the firelight reaches, a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. And stay where the mundane, comforting sounds of civilization can still be heard. Because out there, in the impenetrable darkness, in the places untouched by man, there are horrors waiting to be discovered. And once discovered, they can never, ever be forgotten or outrun. Story 11. The moment I realized the vase had subtly shifted, its delicate form betraying an unseen presence, a cold, hard certainty slammed into me, I was not alone in the house. But by then, the insidious game had already begun, and it was far, far too late to simply leave. It was supposed to be an easy gig, a welcome reprieve from my cramped, stifling apartment. My college roommate, Alex, had asked me to house sit for his parents while they embarked on a month-long European cruise, a luxurious escape I could only dream of. The house itself was a sprawling, beautiful Victorian, nestled in a quiet, tree-lined suburb, a picture of domestic tranquility. All I had to do was water the plants, ensure the fussy cat was fed, and make sure nothing spontaneously combusted. Plus, I'd have the entire magnificent place to myself, a blissful, spacious change from my suffocating studio. The first few days drifted by an uneventful, blissful monotony. I spent my hours immersed in my thesis, finding a strange, almost unsettling comfort in the spacious kitchen, and trying, with limited success, not to feel too profoundly envious of the privileged life Alex had so effortlessly grown up in. The cat, a corpulent orange tabby named Mr. Whiskers, mostly ignored my existence, a feline lord deigning to acknowledge me only at meticulously scheduled meal times. It was on the fourth night that the first subtle, disquieting tremor of unease began to prickle at my awareness. I'd been hunched over research papers in the dimly lit study, lost in the intricate labyrinth of academia, when I finally decided to call it a night, my eyes aching. As I was heading upstairs to the guest room, my footsteps echoing softly in the silent house, I passed by the living room, and something subtle, caught my eye. The antique vase, a heavy, ornate piece that habitually graced the center of the mantelpiece, was now sitting conspicuously on the coffee table. I paused, a frown creasing my brow. Had I moved it earlier? Had I, in my deep academic immersion, simply forgotten? I didn't think so, but my memory, admittedly, could be a fleeting thing when consumed by work. Shrugging off the nascent disquiet, I carefully placed the vase back in its rightful, accustomed place and retreated to bed, dismissing it as a mere peculiarity. The next morning, a jolt of Arctic dread shot through me. The vase was back on the coffee table. My breath hitched in my throat as I stared at it, a cold, hard certainty solidifying in my gut. There was no conceivable way I'd moved it again. Mr. Whiskers, bless his lazy, rotund heart, was far too corpulent, far too utterly disinterested, to ever attempt jumping onto the mantel. And even if, by some miracle, he had, how could he possibly have carried the heavy vase to the table without shattering it into 1,000 pieces? I spent the remainder of the day on edge, every nerve screaming with heightened awareness, jumping at every faint creak of the old house settling, every whisper of the wind against the windows. I'm being ridiculous, I desperately told myself, a frantic mantra against the rising tide of fear. There has to be a logical explanation. Maybe the house is haunted. I joked to myself, a desperate, brittle attempt to inject levity into the increasingly oppressive atmosphere. But the joke fell flat, swallowed by the profound, watchful silence of the empty rooms. That night, consumed by a chilling apprehension, I meticulously double-checked every lock before finally, reluctantly, going to bed. I lay awake for what felt like an eternity, for hours, my ears straining, desperately listening for any unusual, intrusive sounds. Just as the insidious tendrils of exhaustion were finally lulling me towards an uneasy sleep, a loud, jarring thud from downstairs jolted me violently awake. My heart pounded, a frantic, terrified drum, against my ribs. The house was silent again, a profound, oppressive stillness, but I knew, with an unshakable certainty, that I hadn't imagined the noise. Slowly, agonizingly, I crept out of bed and to the door, snatching a dusty tennis racket from my bag, its familiar weight a flimsy, desperate comfort as a makeshift weapon. The hallway was cloaked in darkness, empty, a shadowy abyss, as I cautiously made my way downstairs, flicking on lights as I went, a desperate attempt to banish the shadows, not wanting to be surprised by whatever, or whoever, had made that chilling sound. When I reached the living room, I stopped dead in my tracks, frozen by a sight that turned my blood to ice. The vase, that innocuous, once beautiful vase, lay shattered on the polished hardwood floor, its countless pieces scattered like broken dreams. And there, on the stark white wall above the mantel, written in what looked horrifyingly, undeniably, like blood, were 3 chilling words, "Get out." I ran. I didn't bother packing, didn't stop to think, didn't spare a single second for logic or reason. I simply snatched my keys and my phone, bolting for the front door, my movements a frantic, desperate blur. It wasn't until I was safely ensconced in my car, tires screeching in protest as I peeled out of the driveway, that the agonizing realization struck me: I'd left Mr. Whiskers behind. Guilt, a searing, painful claw, immediately wrestled with a profound, paralyzing terror. I couldn't just abandon the cat, could I? But the mere thought of returning to that house, that place of chilling horror, made my skin crawl, made my very soul rebel. In the end, duty, a surprising, unyielding force, won out over fear. I took a deep, shuddering breath, steeled my jangling nerves, and slowly, reluctantly, turned the car around. The house loomed before me, a dark, silent silhouette against the bruised sky, its windows like vacant, watchful eyes. With shaking hands, I unlocked the front door, the click echoing ominously in the profound silence, and stepped inside, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Mr. Whiskers?" I called softly, my voice a strained whisper, desperately trying not to alert anyone, or anything else, to my presence. "Here, kitty, kitty?" A faint, protesting meow from upstairs made me jump, a choked curse escaping my lips. Cursing my own foolish sentimentality, I began to ascend the stairs, my eyes darting frantically around, searching for any sign of movement, any looming shadow. I found Mr. Whiskers in the guest room, curled up innocently on the bed, his fat orange body a picture of serene obliviousness, as if nothing, absolutely nothing, was wrong in the world. "Come on, you," I muttered, scooping him up gently. He meowed in soft protest, a tiny, indignant sound, but didn't struggle as I turned to leave. As I did, something on the dresser caught my eye. It was a photograph I hadn't noticed before, an old, sepia-toned image showing a family standing rigidly in front of the house. But it wasn't Alex's family. The people in the photo were complete strangers, their faces somber, their gazes fixed on the camera. With a growing, arctic sense of unease, I looked closer at the photograph. The house in the background looked older, far more run down than it did now. And the clothes the family wore seemed distinctly outdated, like something plucked from the distant, forgotten past of the 1950s. A floorboard creaked behind me, a sharp, jarring sound that ripped through the profound silence. I whirled around, my heart in my throat, a suffocating lump of terror. The doorway was empty, a yawning void, but I could have sworn I saw a shadow, dark and fleeting, move in the hallway beyond. "Hello?" I called out, hating how my voice shook, how utterly fragile and vulnerable it sounded. "Is someone there?" No response. Just the oppressive, watchful silence of the house. Clutching Mr. Whiskers to my chest like a desperate talisman, I edged towards the door, my movements stiff, robotic. As I reached for the handle, I heard it. A whisper. So faint, so ethereal, I almost missed it. Stay. I ran. Down the stairs, through the living room with its shattered vase and bloody, chilling warning, out the front door, and into my waiting car. Mr. Whiskers yelled in loud protest as I shoved him unceremoniously into the passenger seat, but I ignored him, fumbling frantically with my keys. The engine roared to life, a blessed, deafening sound, and I sped away, not daring to look back, not daring to spare even a fleeting glance at the house of horrors. It wasn't until I was miles away, pulled over in the brightly lit, mundane parking lot of a 24-hour diner, that I finally allowed myself to breathe, a desperate, ragged gasp. With trembling fingers, I pulled out my phone and called Alex. "Dude, what the hell?" He answered, his voice thick with sleep, groggy and irritated. "It's 3 in the morning." "Alex," I said, trying, with desperate futility, to keep my voice steady, to control the frantic tremor. "I need you to be honest with me. Is there something you're not telling me about your parents' house?" There was a long, agonizing pause. Then, a hesitant, strained, "What do you mean?" I told him everything. The moving vase. The terrifying noise in the night. The shattered pieces on the floor. The chilling, bloody writing on the wall. The strange, unsettling photograph. As I spoke, the words tumbling out in a frantic, desperate torrent, I could hear Alex's breathing getting heavier, more ragged. "Oh, God," he said, his voice a profound, shocked whisper, when I finally finished. "I never thought. I mean, it's been years since." "Since what, Alex?" I demanded, a surge of desperate anger momentarily overriding my fear. "What the hell is going on?" He sighed heavily, a sound of profound resignation. "Look, it's a long story, but you're right. There is something about that house. Something my parents never told anyone outside the family." Over the next hour, Alex recounted a story that turned my blood to Arctic ice. The house, it turned out, had a dark, violent history. Back in the 1950s, it had belonged to a family called the Millers. One night, for reasons never fully explained, the father had brutally murdered his wife and children before taking his own life. The house had stood empty for years after that, a brooding, malevolent presence, quickly gaining a chilling reputation as being profoundly haunted. Alex's parents had, with a strange, naive optimism, bought it cheap in the 1980s, drawn by its deceptive Victorian charm and skeptical of mere ghost stories. But it hadn't taken long for strange, inexplicable things to start happening. Objects moving on their own. Unexplained noises in the night. Fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures that vanished into thin air when directly looked at. And always, always, a pervasive, suffocating sense of being watched. "Why the hell didn't you warn me?" I asked, anger, hot and visceral, momentarily overriding my fear. "I'm sorry," Alex said, and I could hear the genuine, profound remorse in his voice. "It's been so long since anything really bad happened. We hoped it was over." I looked over at Mr. Whiskers, who was now sleeping peacefully in the passenger seat, a picture of blissful ignorance, utterly oblivious to the raw terror of the night. "What do I do now?" I asked, my voice then, broken. "Just stay away from the house," Alex said, his voice firm, resolute. I'll call my parents. Explain everything. We'll figure something out. I hung up, feeling utterly drained, hollowed out. The adrenaline was slowly, painfully, wearing off, leaving me exhausted and deeply, profoundly shaken. But I knew, with an unshakable certainty, that I wouldn't be able to sleep. Not after what I'd experienced. As the first hesitant light of dawn began to creep across the sky, painting the world in fragile hues of gray, I started my car and headed for home. I didn't know what would happen with the house, or how Alex and his family would ultimately deal with their supernatural tenants. All I knew was that I was done. Done with house sitting. Forever. But as I drove, the miles unspooling behind me, I couldn't shake the chilling feeling that something insidious, had followed me from that house. Every time I glanced nervously in the rearview mirror, I expected to see a shadowy figure sitting in the back seat, its dead, empty eyes meeting mine. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is hushed and still, I swear I can still hear that whisper. Stay, it says, its voice a cold, ethereal wind from a place beyond death. Stay with us. I never will, of course. But a part of me, a dark, terrified part, wonders if I ever truly left that house behind. Or if, in some insidious, unseen way, it's still with me, a lurking presence, waiting for the day I finally let my guard down and answer its chilling call. Story 12. The moment I witnessed his smile falter, a grotesque tremor rippling through its artificial warmth, I knew, with a bone-deep certainty that chilled me to my core, that we had made a terrible, irreversible mistake. But by then, the winding, isolated road had vanished behind us, and it was already far too late to simply leave. It was supposed to be a romantic getaway for me and Sarah, my beloved girlfriend. We'd been together for a year, a whirlwind of shared laughter and burgeoning dreams, and we yearned to celebrate our anniversary with a weekend trip somewhere truly special, truly secluded. When I stumbled across the online listing for a charming countryside cottage, it seemed like an answer to a whispered prayer. The photos depicted a quaint, stone-built haven, nestled amidst lush, vibrant gardens, with tantalizing promises of home-cooked meals and scenic, soul-cleansing hikes nearby. The host, a man named Edward, boasted glowing reviews, an almost unnerving chorus of praise for his impeccable hospitality and intimate local knowledge. We booked it without a moment's hesitation, eager for a desperately needed reprieve from the city's relentless clamor and a chance for some unadulterated, quality time together. The drive out was a breathtaking tapestry of winding country roads, each turn taking us further from the sterile concrete of civilization and deeper into the emerald embrace of the wilderness. As we pulled up to the cottage, nestled like a forgotten jewel, I felt a peculiar blend of exhilarating excitement and profound, weary relief. The place, in person, surpassed even the idyllic promise of the photographs, somehow more picturesque, more enchanting. Edward greeted us at the door, a tall, lean man in his 50s, his salt and pepper hair impeccably groomed, his piercing blue eyes holding an unsettling intensity. His smile, initially, was warm, almost disarmingly so, as he welcomed us, his movement smooth and effortless as he helped with our bags and graciously showed us around the property. "I'm so glad you could make it," he murmured, his voice rich and cultured, a smooth, melodic baritone. "I do hope you'll find everything to your liking. Dinner will be served at 7 o'clock. If that suits your schedule." We assured him it did, our voices light with anticipation, and he left us to settle into our private sanctuary. The cottage itself was utterly charming, its interior adorned with exposed wooden beams that seemed to hum with ancient secrets, and a cozy, inviting fireplace in the living room. Our bedroom, nestled upstairs, featured a massive four-poster bed draped in crisp, impossibly white linens. "This place is amazing," Sarah gushed, her voice a delighted whisper, wrapping her arms around me in a spontaneous hug. "You did good, babe." I grinned, a profound sense of self-satisfaction swelling in my chest for having unearthed such a perfect, hidden spot. We spent the afternoon in a blissful haze, exploring the meandering gardens and the nearby, whispering woods, hand in hand, feeling as if we had stepped directly into the pages of a timeless fairy tale. As promised, dinner was served precisely at 7. Edward had prepared an absolute feast: succulent roast lamb, impossibly buttery potatoes, and vibrant, freshly picked vegetables from his own sprawling garden. The conversation flowed effortlessly, a seamless dance of polite inquiries and engaging anecdotes. Edward regaled us with captivating stories of the area's rich, often bloody, history and fascinating tales of his own extensive travels. It wasn't until dessert, as the light softened and the air grew heavy with the scent of sweet wine, that a subtle, disquieting detail snagged my attention. As Edward was pouring a fresh glass of wine, his hand, for a fleeting, almost imperceptible moment, trembled slightly, causing a few drops, like crimson tears, to spill onto the pristine white tablecloth. His smile, that fixed, affable mask, faltered for just a heartbeat, a raw flash of something unreadable crossing his features. Anger? Fear? It was gone so swiftly, so completely, that I immediately questioned my own perception, dismissing it as a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination. "I do apologize," he said smoothly, his voice a picture of composure, dabbing at the spill with a crisp linen napkin. "Clumsy of me. More wine?" We accepted, the exquisite food and generous drink having lulled us into a mellow, almost complacent mood. As we finished our meal, Edward suggested, with an almost too eager enthusiasm, that we join him in the living room for a nightcap. "I have a special liqueur," he said, his voice imbued with a seductive charm, that warm, unsettling smile back in place. "A local specialty. I think you'll truly enjoy it." In the dimly lit living room, bathed in the soft glow of the fireplace, Edward poured us each a small, delicate glass of a golden, amber liquid. It smelled sweet, cloyingly so, with a faint, underlying earthiness that I couldn't quite place, something ancient and primal. "To new friends," Edward toasted, raising his glass, his eyes, unnervingly bright, fixed on ours. We clinked glasses, the crystal chiming softly, and drank. The liquor was delicious, a warm, honeyed caress that spread through me, warming me from the inside out. But as I swallowed, a strange, insidious tingling sensation began to spread through my body, a subtle, creeping numbness. "Wow," Sarah giggled, her words slightly slurred, her eyes heavy-lidded. "That's strong stuff." I nodded in dazed agreement, my own head beginning to swim, the room seemingly getting fuzzy around the edges, objects blurring and shifting when I tried desperately to focus on them. Edward was still talking, his voice a low murmur, but his words now sounded distant, muffled, like sounds heard through thick water. I tried to stand, a sudden surge of panicked alarm, but my legs wouldn't cooperate, heavy and unresponsive. Beside me, Sarah slumped further in her chair, her eyes fluttering closed, her breathing shallow. What did you do?" I managed to slur out, fighting desperately against the overwhelming heaviness in my limbs, the encroaching darkness. Edward's smile was no longer warm. It was cold. Predatory. A chilling, grotesque rictus. "Don't fight it," he said softly, his voice a silken whisper that seemed to echo in the swirling depths of my consciousness. "It's easier if you don't fight it." Those were the last words I heard before the profound, suffocating darkness claimed me completely. I woke to the chilling sound of dripping water, a relentless, rhythmic drip, drip, drip that echoed in the oppressive silence. My head pounded with a brutal, insistent rhythm, my mouth as dry as cotton. As I tried to move, a desperate, futile attempt, a terrifying jolt of panic shot through me. I couldn't. My wrists and ankles were bound, painfully secured to what felt like a cold, unyielding metal table. I forced my eyes open, blinking against the harsh, unforgiving glare of a single fluorescent light bulb hanging nakedly overhead. I was in some kind of basement. The walls were bare concrete, rough and cold, shelves meticulously lined with jars and bottles of various sizes, their contents a murky, disturbing collection. And strapped to a table next to me, still mercifully unconscious, was Sarah. "Sarah!" I called out, my voice hoarse, raw, a desperate rasp. "Sarah, wake up!" She stirred slightly, a small, pained moan escaping her lips, but remained in her blessed oblivion. Before I could try again, a heavy door opened, its creak echoing unnaturally, and Edward stepped into view, a silent, menacing silhouette. "Ah, you're awake," he said, his voice unnervingly casual, as if we were still at the dinner table discussing pleasantries. "Excellent. We can begin." "Begin what?" I demanded, struggling frantically against my restraints, the ropes biting into my wrists, a searing pain that only fueled my rage. "What the hell is going on?" Edward sighed, a theatrical sound, like a teacher deeply disappointed in a slow, struggling student. "I had hoped you'd be more cooperative. The others usually are, by this point." A chilling, arctic dread ran down my spine, freezing the blood in my veins. "Others?" He nodded, a slow, deliberate movement, and strolled casually to a nearby shelf, selecting a bottle filled with a viscous, unsettlingly red liquid. "You're not the first, you know," he continued, his voice a chilling monotone. "And you won't be the last. It's necessary, you see." As he approached, I could see his eyes more clearly, illuminated by the harsh overhead light. They were no longer just piercing blue. They were inhuman. The pupils elongated, impossibly narrow, like a cat's in the dark. "What are you?" I whispered, my voice a strangled croak, fear closing my throat, suffocating me. Edward smiled, and for a fleeting, terrifying moment, I saw something else beneath his human facade, something ancient and terrible, a primordial hunger that radiated from him like a palpable heat. "I am a collector," he said, his voice a low, sibilant hiss. "Of experiences. Of emotions. Of essence." He uncorked the bottle, and the smell that wafted out, a cloying, metallic sweetness, made my stomach churn, a profound, visceral nausea. "Human essence is so potent," he continued, his voice imbued with a terrifying reverence. "Especially when harvested at the height of fear or pleasure or both." I renewed my struggles, a frantic, desperate thrashing, the ropes cutting deep into my wrists, the pain a searing fire. "You're insane." I spat, my voice hoarse with fury. "People will look for us. They'll find you." Edward laughed, the sound echoing eerily in the bare, concrete room, a high, chilling peal that scraped against my raw nerves. "Oh, my dear boy. No one will look for you. No one even knows you're here." With growing, soul-crushing horror, I realized he was right. We hadn't told anyone the specific, precise details of our trip. We'd wanted to be spontaneous, to disconnect completely from the world for a while. Now, that innocent desire had become our death sentence. "Now," Edward said, his voice a chilling command, lifting the bottle, its contents shimmering obscenely. "Shall we begin?" What followed was a nightmare beyond human imagination. Edward used his vile concoctions to keep us conscious but utterly paralyzed, fully aware of every grotesque, horrifying thing he was doing, yet utterly unable to resist, unable to move a single muscle. He drew out our emotions like a painter mixing colors, blending raw fear and excruciating pain and utter desperation into some twisted, depraved artwork only he could perceive. I lost all track of time. It could have been agonizing hours. It could have been unending days. The only constant, the only anchor in that swirling abyss of terror, was Sarah's presence beside me, her hand occasionally brushing mine when Edward, in some twisted mockery of mercy, allowed us fleeting moments of movement. In rare, agonizingly lucid moments, my shattered mind tried desperately to plan an escape, to devise some impossible strategy. But Edward was always there. Always watching. Always one terrifying step ahead. It was during one of these fleeting moments, as Edward, his back turned, prepared yet another of his vile mixtures, that I felt something subtle, something profound, change. The paralyzing numbness that had gripped me for so long, a suffocating shroud, began, impossibly, to fade. Whether it was a mistake in Edward's meticulously crafted formula, or some deep, primal reserve of strength I didn't even know I possessed, I suddenly found I could move. I waited, every muscle tense, screaming with anticipation, for Edward to fully turn his back. The moment he did, I surged upward, a desperate, raw explosion of energy, snapping the weakened ropes with a violent, tearing sound. I tackled him from behind, a desperate, bone-jarring impact, sending both of us crashing into the shelves. Bottles shattered, their contents mixing on the cold, concrete floor in a noxious, swirling puddle. Edward, despite his lean frame, was stronger than he looked, a surprising, brutal force, but raw, desperate fury lent me an unnatural strength. We grappled on the floor, rolling through broken glass and spilled, viscous potions. I felt something slice deep into my arm, a searing pain, but I didn't care. All that mattered was stopping him. Saving Sarah. Getting out of this living nightmare. Finally, my hand, a desperate, seeking claw, closed around a large, jagged shard of glass. Without hesitation, without a second thought, I plunged it deep into Edward's chest. He let out an inhuman shriek, a raw, piercing sound that scraped against my raw nerves, his body convulsing violently before my eyes. His form began to shift, to warp and ripple, skin bubbling and melting away to reveal something ancient and grotesque, something that was definitively not human underneath. I scrambled away, scrambling backwards on the floor, not wanting to see what Edward truly was, what monstrous entity lay beneath the veneer of human skin. I rushed to Sarah, my shaking hands fumbling frantically, desperately, to undo her restraints. Her eyes fluttered open, blinking slowly, as I lifted her, carefully, into my trembling arms. "We have to go," I said urgently, My voice a raw, desperate whisper. Now. We staggered up the stairs, our legs like lead, and burst out of the cottage, not stopping, not looking back, until we reached our car. As I peeled out of the driveway, gravel spitting from beneath the tires, I risked a fleeting glance in the rearview mirror. The cottage was engulfed in flames, a furious inferno, thick black smoke billowing into the night sky, a towering column of destruction. We drove in a profound, terrified silence, both of us too deeply shocked and traumatized to utter a single word. It wasn't until we were miles away, the burning cottage a distant, almost forgotten memory, and the first flush of dawn painting the sky, that Sarah finally broke the silence. Was any of it real? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, fragile as a spadoo. The cottage, the gardens, was it all just a trap? I took her hand, squeezing it gently, a desperate anchor in the stormy sea of our shared horror. I don't know, I admitted, my voice heavy with the terrible truth. And I don't think we ever will. We never went to the police. Who would believe us? Instead, we tried, desperately, to move on, to forget, to erase the horrors of that night. But some nights, I still wake up in a cold sweat, the memory of Edward's inhuman eyes, their malevolent glow, burning brightly in my mind. And sometimes, when I pass a quaint cottage, or see an advertisement for a charming countryside getaway, a profound, arctic chill runs down my spine. Because now, I know the truth. That sometimes, the most picturesque facades, the most charming, inviting places, hide the darkest, most depraved secrets. And that there are things in this world that prey on unsuspecting travelers. Things that wear human skin, but are anything but human underneath. So if you're ever browse rental listings, scrolling through idyllic images, and you come across a charming cottage with an owner named Edward, heed this warning, keep scrolling. Some getaways are simply better left untaken.